you know what I probably forgot here. Ma'am. Maybe 50 seconds. That's freaking craziness. Live. 24 seconds. Oh, there you go. All right, let's see. Live. Says it's live. Okay, let's see. Boom, boom. Oh, that's loud. 2, 1. Hey, nice. It did work. Okay, boom, boom. What up, William? What up, Rakesh? Hold on 1 second. I broke something here. There we go. How are you, Rakesh? Let's see if this works. Boom, boom. That works. Boom, boom, and boom, boom. Okay, we're all good. We online. Go over here. Hey, hey. Thank you. That was quick, Rakesh. Within the first freaking 2 minutes, came in slinging the jewels. Thank you, brother, Rakesh. Thank you, my friend. All right, let's see. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? Let's see what's going on here on the internet. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, let us see what's going on the internet here. Boom, boom. Good, good. Had a lot of rain today. All my plants got watered. Forgot to get, I got chickens. I got 8 chickens, and I forgot to get the eggs before, check to see if they laid any eggs before the live stream. So now I got to run out there at some point. How are you, Michael? What's up, Georgie? How you doing, Patterson? Good to see you again, Michael, brother. All right, what's up, Georgie? What's up, Drong, brother? How was the night shift, Drong? You back to the bread? Let's see. Boom, boom. I mean, it's 6:49 in the PM here in East Coast of America. You're about 10 hours ahead? No. What? 10 hours in India? What's up, Rich? My twin? Okay, how we doing here? How we doing? Boom. Let's see. So we're gonna figure this. Yeah. Let's see what the internet's got to say. All right. Okay, let us see. Thank you, Rich. Thank you. Night shift starts on Monday. I'd rather be on the night shift so I can study in the wee hours of the morning. So I used to work with when it had to have been 15 years ago, easy, because it was before I was doing movies full time down here. I worked for a place called Bonnell Aluminum, and it was like an aluminum plant. They would melt aluminum, cast these big freaking logs, and then extrude them, and we would have all kinds of different aluminum extrudings, and we had to wear these Kevlar like wrist sleeves, so if the freaking aluminum hit us, and like these huge oven mitts that were made out of Kevlar. No, Briggy, sorry, brother. What's up, Neil? How are you, Neil? Let's see. But yeah, that was night where that was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. work on the aluminum line, and it was so hot. They didn't have any air conditioning at all because, I mean, so it was an average of like 100 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And so they would have these fans that they just sprayed water in front of, and you had to drink like like a gallon of like water every hour. You had to take salt pills to make sure you didn't dehydrate. It sucked. It's working that aluminum plant. I mean, it was interesting. The technology was interesting, and seeing like mass production stuff was interesting. But it was hot. Like, I worked on what was called the cold saw, and that just basically means a little bit less hot than molten. So it would come out of the extruder, which was still freaking glowing, and then there was a saw that would cut that to it was like 10 feet lengths. Nah, it'd have been longer than that, 20 feet lengths. And then they would slowly come down this line as they cooled, and like they would start to like stiffen up and cool. And then when they were still, like I said, I still had to wear oven mitts made out of Kevlar and these wrist guards like made out of Kevlar. And so it was still like you could still throw water on it and good Leidenfrost effect type stuff. And that was the cold saw. It sucked. It was very hot. What happened to Steve? My day's good, brother. How are you, Al? There's a ghost in your house. There's a cat that looks like a ghost. You look good today. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Neil. I love your picture of me as the profile, brother. Thanks for working that's interesting. I work for the biggest millionaire in the Concy Hills. They got high-end hotel, 3 liquor stores, and the bonded warehouse that supplies liquor to the whole state. There I am. Look at that. I got freaking superpowers. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 120. Yeah, well, right. That was just the air temperature. We were at so as it came, they were like the extrusions were like 20 feet long. But whatever the company that was like wanted that extrusion, they want them cut to lengths, 8-foot lengths, 10-foot lengths, whatever. So the cold saw is where you cut them to lengths, like the length that was going out on the order side. But they were still very, 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 very hot when they got to me. And so I did the cold saw, which was and it was so huge, and the aluminum extruder was probably like 30 feet from me, so it was hot, and you constantly had these big ass machines coming around carrying these bars of aluminum that just got cast. Like, so there was this big pit, like swimming pool sized smelting pool, I guess you would call it. Not smelting, melting. They would push all the aluminum and recycle aluminum there, melt it down, take out big scoops, and cast them into big bars like 8 to 10 inches around by like probably 10, 15 feet long. They would go into the back of these machines, and it would push it through and extrude it out into wackadoo material. And after all that salaries, it pays repeatedly out. A field of trees, UFO flying in the rig. Yay, no problem. Beautiful profile picture. You're good looking. New girl in my life. Her name is Bree. There you go. She's Russian. There you go. Jim says I'm gay for Trans Nation. Drog-wise, that's why I prefer to work part-time in the evening for 5 hours, and I come back home, return to my research lab, as I call it. Yeah. It's good to have a lab, brother. What's going on, Mike? Cheers, brother, big fella. What's up, Sir Keith? Welcome, brother. All right, let's see what's going on the internet. How's everybody doing? Okay, let's see. 100% real. Air hogs. What's up, unicorn? What is that? Look how beautiful. I just got done my work and my chores, and I forgot to go check to see if the chickens laid eggs. They definitely did. I didn't grab them before I started streaming, so sometime it's going to be dark in an hour or so. So maybe we'll switch to the remote camera and head out there before it gets too dark. Got to get the eggs out the hen house. There's no point working full time after 40, unless of course you have a family. Yeah. You should be working towards what you want to do, and whatever you're going to invest in. Like it's either financial investments or education, like skills. That's what I would say that people should be putting their time into. Yeah, I wouldn't work. I wouldn't work freaking I mean, I used to work 50-hour weeks easy. I mean, we actually, it was more than that. We would work 10-hour days, Monday through Saturday, have Sunday off sometimes. Sometimes we would work Sunday, but we would get triple time, which was really good. What's up, Amber? How are you, Amber? Okay, let's see. I am not married, Rakesh. I am not. Good boy. Uh-oh. It looks like Bloomberg News is picking up the youth protests over there in India with you guys going on. This guy, look at this, says peaceful protester. Look at this. I know I don't have any kids, brother. I sure you agree, seeing I'm learning so much advanced carpentry, hence I asked you about the blue frame. Yeah. No, brother, absolutely. Getting your work up. Does chat have flirting tips? I suck at flirting. I never really needed to flirt. I was in a band and worked in the movie industry for a bunch of years, so flirting, luckily I didn't need skills. When girls see you on stage, they tend to take that as the flirt. Okay. Let's see. I would say don't worry about flirting until you're ready to get married, and especially with the culture these days and the way people are just absolutely wackadoodle. Housing's expensive, but there is cheap housing. Most people that want homes could afford a home, but a lot of people can't afford the homes that they want. I want a 5-bedroom in Beverly Hills. And so but I mean, you can get houses around me for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. $40,000, definitely. I mean, $100,000, definitely way under like the $3.5 to $400,000 average for. And this is right by Peachtree City, Georgia. I have a crush on a girl. Yeah, good luck with that. Yep, she's interested. She'll let you know. That's right. Otherwise, let her be. I don't know what it is. No. The Indian protests? No. Their prime minister's going kind of wackadoodle.
India's Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has resigned from his post.
He resigned?
After weeks of mounting pressure over a national exam scandal. It was one of the biggest concessions yet by the Modi government to a youth-led protest movement that has swept across the country. In a post on social media, Pradhan said he had asked Prime Minister Narendra Modi to accept his resignation, adding that the controversy had left him deeply pained. Meanwhile, protesters celebrated the minister's resignation, calling it a major victory for the movement.
This had to be done. किसी ना किसी को accountability लेनी चाहिए.
The demonstrations are among India's biggest since the farmers' protest of 2020. They have been driven by anger over repeated paper leaks, recruitment irregularities, and delays that have shaken confidence in the system.
Yeah, so like what was going on, like when they were having, we don't need to really get into it, so drawing, yes, we use nails, like usually nail guns to make it faster, like air-powered nail gun. But yeah, nails, we don't worry about screws. Screws can break. Like if the house settles, a screw, unless you're using the proper type of screws, they can snap because they're usually like the way that they're made. But we use nails. Yeah, it's nails. So I mean, if there's like a concrete foundation, we'll either drive nails, like concrete nails, iron nails into the concrete, or we'll bolt it into the concrete, use anchors into the concrete, and then everything else is just nailed. We don't really use screws for hardly anything. Decking, maybe. I am single. Bree drives a Tesla and has a dog. Angela has 3 dogs and rides a bike. You haven't heard about that ICC guy? It's yes. That shit's wackadoodle. What happened there? Show video? What?
For weeks,
Trump increased tariffs all over the world. Yeah.
And instead unveiled a series of measures to address the crisis as pressure on his government intensified. But while Pradhan's resignation was one of the Cockroach Janata Party's key demands, many demonstrators also directed their anger at Modi, reflecting broader dissatisfaction with his government. Now, the Corporate Janata Party
One,
has
two,
called
three,
off
four.
the protest. A spokesperson
No, I'm
said
not
that the
dating for
government
about
agreed
2
to
more
withdraw
years.
police
Easy, 2 more
cases
years.
against the demonstrators, while discussions on compensation for affected families will continue.
Good. Yeah, no, I'm not dating. I took a hiatus for 3 years. I'm building this channel, building this company. I'm not dating, wasting none of my time. No. No, you should see my DMs. I'm like, no, not you, not anybody, not any. Okay, hit me up in 2 years. No, nobody. Thank you. So are you, Neil. So if going to the second floor, then I nail what a vertical beam guessing that's a horizontal beam exists. So we typically build like at 8-foot ceilings, or you use 8-foot 2x4s. So you have your base, your 2x4 laid across the base, and you can bolt that to like you can nail that, screw that, adhere that, fix that to the concrete or whatever you're using as your foundation. And then every 16 inches on those walls, 16 inches on center, we put 2x4s straight up and down, then double 2x4s at the top. And then that's where you would add your stuff for your joist for your second floor onto. So you have a 2x4 at the bottom, and then you 16 on center going across like this. And then the top here, you do 2x4s on top of each other going this way. So you double that up, and then and there's like you have a couple of things to learn, like about windows. Like you use double 2x4s to the left and the right of a window, so that the pressure from up doesn't get pushed on the glass or the plastic of the metal of the window. It gets transferred through. Turkey, I'll be there too. All right. I'll see you. They need some spankings. Let's check out the new tariff rates. All right. You really did. Current tariff rates. Okay, new tariff rates. Yes, this is exciting. New tariff rates. Woo! Okay, new tariff rates range from 10 to 12.5% for 60 trading partners. These sections went into duty June, July. Oh, yesterday. Okay. Replacing Section 122 universal levies, 10%. So it's the same ones. They just replaced the law. I'll hit you up. China, Japan, Australia, South Korea get 12.5%. 10% to European Union, UK, India, Brazil. But what's India's against us? What tariff does India have against us? Okay, so the USA, okay, India joining a low tier bracket. Okay, current tariffs. Now India against. No, it keeps repeating the same thing. So it looks like India's went from 12.5% to 10%. %45 of Indian exports will not face new 10% tariffs. India has a 37% tariff against United States goods. 37%. Jeez. And 100% on our automobiles. This is why you guys don't have American automobiles over there. Your government charges an extra 100% tariff on top of the cost of our American cars. That doubles their price. That's crazy. That's crazy. You shouldn't have me look into that. Okay, if I run into problems, I'm going to send you the housing plan. It's the minor details that sometimes get me bogged down at hours. Of course, I'll be building skill model at first and document. Yeah, brother. Yeah, and if you got a PC, you can get free layout, like 3D design layout, CAD computer aided design plans. So like, and you can usually tell it what laws, what rules and regulations you want it to use. So if you say like, Georgia, USA, it'll tell you if there's anything in particular, like you need to put a plumbing vent in this area or about this, about whatnot. Makes it easier. What up, Martian? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, see, this is what's crazy. India has retained the highest tariffs on the United States of any world economy. It's so crazy because if I wouldn't have looked that up, I'd have never known that. Like it was like that. Like in the United States, you hear, "Oh, Trump put tariffs against India," and then I was like, "Well, India's probably got tariffs against the United States." I didn't know it was the highest in the world. Neil loves Richard. Green smiley face, green smiley face. SketchUp and Free Cat says I'm good with my hands. I both scout out version, make plans so much. Yeah. I'm just saying if you want the blueprints, because it'll break it down into drawings that you can print out, and it'll say, here's a 2x4. Then 16 inches later, there's another 2x4, and then so while you're laying down, building the walls, you build them on the ground, then flip them into place, tilt them up into place. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, fracking. So you guys probably don't get hardly any of like American grown food over there. Like, I mean, it will cost 37% more. And do you guys get any? I don't ever really see any American automobiles. I guess only the really rich people in India that can afford twice the price that can buy American cars. I'm a perfectionist, keep playing down to the team. Yeah, no, it's the best way to do it. Best way to do it. Rather than having to cut lumber and then find out you did it wrong, because that's the expensive part. Pulling a nail ain't no big deal, Oh, I nailed it in wrong. Knock it back off. Knock it back off. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Okay. Now, after looking that up, all my search is going to be, hey, brother, glad to help, Drong. Thank you, my friend. In India and nutbags, they have weak leadership backed by rich class, rest suffer. Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much everybody. But India has such manufacturing capabilities that it really, really offsets the elites from the working class. And that's what's really, really wackadoodle. Like, I mean, and you guys have a lot of people there. Like, you guys could, I'm not going to say do that, but I'm saying you guys could get what you want if you could organize. Check out the used car. It said it was 100%. This is the consulate in India. What up, Dala? Oh man, it just freaking started raining hard. And my cat's out too. He's gonna be pissed. How's the water? It's freaking just coming down. Like I can barely see my neighbor's house because there's so much rain in the air. There's a madman here on YouTube named Hayabusa. I saw that Hayabusa power tuk-tuk. I saw that. It's bad. Freaking fast. 150%. What's going on here? Oops. Any against USA used cars. Jeez. Can you guys hear that? What up, Gulk 2? I'm out of jail. Jeez. Actual jail or YouTube jail? Seems warm, Ribbit. Okay, let's see. India banned it. So you're not even allowed. Let me go get my cat in real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me go get my cat in. Wow, it is freaking pouring. All right, I got no idea. I got no idea. I got no idea where that cat's at. Look at this. Let me see. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this. I got prison for protesting against that or something. Jeez, dude. Jeez, dude. All right, let me see if I can do this real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Remote camera feed. Camera. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Copy. 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 Boom. Boom. Okay. It's freaking. Oops. Oh. Uh-oh. I think the power went out. Wow. Well, yeah, I don't know where he's at. He's probably in a neighbor's garage or something. I'm proud to be an American where I pay too much fees. Yeah, it's raining so loud he wouldn't hear it. What up, Stevie? Show us your yeah. There you go, I show you. What up, Catsby? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's flowing right off. It's a lot of freaking rain. No, he's probably in a neighbor's garage or something. He could be in my garage. The garage door's open, but he didn't come in when we need a lot more rain. Been dry here this summer, but it's been wow, dude. It is flinging around. It's flinging my flagpole around. I think we've got a tornado warning or something. Oh, look at the pole going down. You see it? Look at my pole going down. No way. Look. My freaking flagpole just sunk into the ground. Did you see that? Did you see the flagpole get sunk into the ground? Jeez, oh, I hope that got recorded. That's crazy. I've never seen that happen before. I guess so much water came down into the ground and it just slid to the ground. That's crazy. Man. Yeah, what's going on, Thadiel? Yeah, what do you want me to do? Careful. Earthquake happened in your places, so it sounds like Bible possibly prophets come like, yeah, bro, that's getting wackadoodle. What was I looking for? Tornado outlook. No, tornado warnings near me. Tomato, it says. You can't see it good. No salmonella. It says no salmonella. Tornado. Okay, well, it doesn't look like it. Something went wackadoodle. I don't know. Okay, cool. Yeah, dude. I guess you got what I got. Let me go see if. Let's go. See if I can. Let's go see if I can find my cat. Let's go on remote here. Let's go on remote. Refresh. Okay. Holy crap! Oh, there he is. What you doing, dummy? What you doing? Yeah. Good idea. What the hell were you thinking? Okay. All right. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Bam. Where's the last day? We're in the last days. We're in the last days with 34. Don't plan on having kids or a wife. Living this crazy times. That might be why you haven't made nothing to live for yet. I don't know. I think the media is, and especially the internet, these algorithms, when people start representing, especially online, that things feel like the end times, the algorithm shows them a lot of end times type stuff, and then the bloggers that blog about, which is always, if you look at like Google, not scholar.google.com, but can't remember the site, but you can see how often words are used, like how they're Googled more or less and whatnot over time. And end time stuff is pretty much, I mean, it was a bump up during COVID and it was a bump up during Trump's second term, but it's just about average. Now, I mean, and I think we have bad memories too, but I don't know. Anything's possible. He got a haircut. He got a haircut, B2B. The White Lion. Thank you. Gosh, man. I can't have kids anyway. Well, there you go. Not many. Wow, that was the freaking storm. That's so crazy. Did you guys see the flagpole slide down? That's so crazy. That's so nuts. Nuttier than squirrel turds. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. What you see on the feed is layered over several times. What you see on the feed is layered over several times? What cutoff? Yo, John. I think the world has enough kids. Adoption would be a better choice. I don't know. I think more kids would give more people things to fight for rather than people fighting for their government. Like, because, you see how a lot of, like, especially like around the world, the people that are willing to fight for their lifestyles are the people that not their lifestyles, their way of life is the people that have more kids. The people that have less kids start giving, like saying they're more for governments, like say they take the side of a ideology rather than their families. And I think we get into, like, I mean, you could look at the numbers of how many kids have been Control Alt deleted, and then like we get a bunch of people, instead of being at home caring for their children and making their own locales as best as they can be, they're out there marching for whatever. We all gotta go. When you don't care, it's now, tomorrow, whatever. You break the chains and dwelling on it. Die with the middle finger up. I'm about to say freaking whack-a-doodle. Dating world is something else. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube inmate 6082. How are you? He says, Nobody wants to date. No. That's going to start changing. I think we lost a generation. Absolutely. I think we lost a generation of people that were convinced of the fourth wave, where a lot of young girls, 18 to 24, thought that the patriarchy, or like prostitution, OnlyFans, Instagram modeling, stuff like that, was worth more, made them worth more to whatever they were thinking they were worth more to than having a family. But baby fever happens, in the early 30s. So it's like they just lie and say it doesn't, and they say there's no difference between men and women, and it's just lie. It's for control. So if I could. I think I broke something. Yeah, I broke something. Okay, sorry. I can comment on American channel, and if it's disagreeable, then YouTuber filters out the comment. So if I'll see if you guys won't see it. I saw that one. I want to date and marry, but it's hard to find out. Yeah. Free Palestine says, holy balls. What's that? It was the freaking storm. Got to stop searching for it. It comes when you least expect it. Yes. You just got to be on your path. You got to be on your own path. And you have to be building a life that, if you did have children, a life that would be conducive to being able to support a family. And then the girls, when you're on that path, like if you're like, okay, I'm going to start treating my life like I have a family. And then you start building things. I know I need to start saving. I need to invest. I need to start making things happen. This, and that. Then you'll find a woman that's also on that path. Not some girl that just wants to date. Not a dating app chick. They just want to keep people on YouTube and not get comments about. I don't know, dude. Sometimes they like the arguments. Freaking wackadoo. Chicago, what's the Free Palestine? Hey, boo. Recovering cynic. You are entitled to a wife. No, you're not. Absolutely not entitled to a wife. Nobody's entitled to anything. You got to work for everything. This is why the dating app wackadoo got so like false empowerment. Like, because that's what pimps do. They lie and they promise something else if just you do this. Like, oh, you won't need a man, you won't need a husband if you have enough money from doing this, or that, and I'll take my cut. And just because the pimp was digital these days, it whacked out a whole generation of people, thinking that their value was how much could get paid for this or that, or how much they could pay for this or that, and the human nature, they take something out of human nature and then sell it back to you. So they sell you the replacement. And it's the same thing. It's copy paste. It's just every about 20 years. 20 years on, 20 years off. Okay, let's see. I agree. If I want to get good girl or ever should start would be attend church, weekly place of worship, depending on your faith. Take life by the balls and tell everything to go piss up a rope. You want something, work for it. And we've gotten away from that too. Absolutely. People have so little faith in their locale, their local government, their federal government, Democrat or Republican, independent, whatever. They got so little faith in that they'll make the right decisions that people are afraid to plan ahead, constantly thinking with the doom and gloom outlooks. They're constantly thinking that the world won't be here. So why would I have a kid now when the whole world's going to explode in 10 years? Or that's wackadoo. That's wackadoo. We should have spent more time making ourselves prosperous, and our government should never have gotten to the size that it's gotten to. We shouldn't have our government involved in our bedrooms. We shouldn't have our government involved in our personal lives. And when they dangle a carrot and say, hey, we'll make your lives better, we'll give you these medical care, this medical care for these types of things, we'll give you ding-a-ling enhancement pills or surgeries, like in Brazil, you can go get cheek implants, boob jobs, Brazilian butt lifts, all kinds of stuff, guys and girls, just to make them feel better about themselves. And it's like the government shouldn't be involved in that type of stuff. And when they do, then they just keep taking and say, let's just tax you, because they don't have the money for it. They're taking your money to pay for it. I go to church 3 times a week, and girls the wildest, believe me. Uploaded image behind her, yeah. Just like librarians. Okay, let's see. Them librarians. Noah Brown, small business. Flying bathtub. No way. Is that real? That's AI. What? Hold on. All right, let's check this out.
Have you ever imagined stepping outside, looking up, and seeing what appears to be a flying bathtub soaring above your neighborhood? In the world of amateur-built aircraft and experimental home-built aviation, the line between unconventional engineering and pure imagination can be incredibly thin. These strange flying machines were created in garages, workshops, and backyards by independent builders. They refuse to accept ordinary aircraft design. Some are tiny, some look almost impossible to control. Yet every aircraft on this list actually left the ground. That is a fact. Today we are counting down 10 amateur-built aircraft you won't believe actually flew. Stay with us until the very end, because the number one machine is so small and unusual that it looks more like an escaped model aircraft than a real flying machine. Starting our list at number 10 is the Colomban Cri-Cri, a French engineering marvel. It proves that you do not need a massive hangar to build a fully functional twin-engine aircraft. Designed in the early 1970s by aeronautical engineer Michel Colomban, this microplane was born from a pure desire. He wanted to make twin-engine flight accessible and affordable for the everyday garage mechanic. In an era where aviation was becoming increasingly complex and expensive, Colomban drafted a brilliant set of blueprints. He created a machine that perfectly captured the experimental home-built movement.
Is, Stevie.
Now, do not let its miniature size fool
Yeah, I know
you.
exactly what I am.
The engineering beneath the aluminum
I think
skin
the Jezebel Spirit is a very, very, very well-known thing.
of the Cri-Cri
You don't
is
need to go to
fiercely
church or God over to
impressive.
you. No.
Indeed, it is.
Some churches are
The
fashion
aircraft
show
is
on
powered
Sunday
by
and
two
time ship different
JPX
congregations.
212
Yeah,
engines.
listen. Only about 2% of churches actually are congruent with the scripture. Like 98% go off script, especially when the government is giving them money or helping them out, or if, and I won't get into that part, but absolutely. So only about 2%, which that means most don't. They want your money, they want your votes, they want your mind, but they're not teaching you the book properly. I know, believe me, I know. I'm just saying nobody thinks finding the church. Well, oh yeah. No, you got to find somebody. You got to be on a path to proper structured life. That is conducive to supporting a whole family and something that being somebody that your kids can look up to, and then that's when typically when you'll find people on that path to being somebody that can support a family and help grow a family. Then you'll find women or women will find men that are on those paths, not dating apps and stuff like that. That's all physical attraction. Absolutely. It's all wackadoo. Hey, bro, body is a temple. That's right. Or sitting in church right now. That's right. So one of the big mistakes is thinking you have to go to somebody's building with somebody doing backflips and sparks behind them and whatnot. No, that's not the way it is at all. It's a personal relationship. Christ was crucified, atoned for man's sins. The way to heaven's good. I believe even the church is filled with Jezebel's hypocrites. Yes, right. And like I said, and if you don't know your own scripture, any religion, and most everything is crap. They count on you not knowing your book so that they can just tell you whatever. People are like, oh, there's a lot of words in here. I'll just go to church and they'll tell me what this stuff means. They'll tell me the important parts, the cliff notes, and then you get lied to. And how would you know if you got lied to? Because nobody's going to sit back until they get older and read it, or they go to jail. America's an oligarchy. Yeah, that's all. It's been an oligarchy whenever who was it? Rothschilds. Who's the other R? When America went bankrupt and that family, I can't remember if it was the Rothschilds, bailed the United States government out. When that first happened, that's I think it was right after World War I, and that's when it became based on the wealth class rather than the people. I can't wait for Jesus Christ shows the devil and I say, yeah, about John 4:16, my favorites. And Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. And I helped you out, brother. An oligarchy is still preferential to communism. I agree too. Absolutely. I'm absolutely, but and whatever the reason the Democrats got into bed with the DSA and thought it was a good idea to extend themselves this far, it almost seems like they did this. It's almost like in the movies where you have like somebody that works with the mob, and then they're like, oh no, I shouldn't have ever worked with the mob to make this money. Now we've got to figure out a way to burn down this entire business so that the mob doesn't think that I snitched on them. So this is what it feels like. It feels like the Democrats sold their soul to like either the cartels or the mob or the mafia, the gangs, and then the only way to separate from that and not have the gangs come after you is to burn it all down. So they're like giving everything to the Republicans. That's what it feels like. Was it JP Morgan? There you go. The devil pissed off right now. Another time is Rockefeller. I thought it was Rockefeller. Maybe it was Jim. Maybe it was Rockefeller. Yes, it was Rockefeller. Rockefeller bailed out the United States government, made them a loan, and then the Rockefellers started to invest in the education system, the private education system, the public education, so the university system, to get their money back. And now that's been paid back a billion times over. And the medical system, they invented this current medical system. They invented the schools, the medical schools. They invented the licensure. So you had to go to their schools to get their licenses in order to sell their pharmaceuticals, which were based on petrochemicals. Over 99% of all of our pharmaceuticals are based on oil, the chemicals that come out of the ground when digging for oil and refining oil. Those chemicals, those excess chemicals, sulfuric acid and whatnot, sulfur compounds and whatnot, over 99% of the pharmaceuticals. So it's based on the oil money, the petrochemical industry created a bunch of symptom control drugs. This developed a medical system and the medical schooling system and the licensure system. So if you don't, what you can do is when you see a patient, these are the pills that are on this list that you can give for this, and that. Anything outside of that, you can't say. This is why during COVID it went wackadoodle, where anybody said, if you try to use anything other than what's on this list, you'll lose your license. So they had everybody by the balls. Freemasons.
Each produces 15 horsepower mounted on pylons right in front of the pilot. To put its size into perspective, the wingspan is just under 16 feet.
Created.
If you stood it on its nose, it would be shorter than a standard Ford F-150. Weighing a mere 170 pounds empty, its meticulous aerodynamic design easily withstands extreme G-forces. In the real world, the Cree is not just a novelty, it is a legendary performer at air shows like Oshkosh AirVenture. There, the deafening buzz of its tiny twin engines always draws a massive crowd. One of the most famous anecdotes involves a heavily modified version of the Cree
jets.
It was successfully launched from atop a much larger aircraft
it's exposing everything hidden in the dark.
This is absolutely wild.
Come out soon.
It is a true testament to backyard engineering. But if you think strapping two small engines to a tiny aluminum box is wild, wait until you see our next aircraft. Coming in at number 9 is the Rutan Quickie Q1, a machine that completely defied traditional aerodynamic conventions. It hit the home-built market in 1978, created by the legendary Burt Rutan, the same mastermind behind the first privately funded spacecraft.
That's wackadoodle.
The Quickie was an exercise in radical efficiency and
at least we're paying attention to it more. Yeah, I was about to say, we're paying attention to it more, but it's definitely been in our face for decades.
Box thinking. Rutan wanted to build a single-seat composite aircraft, one that a hobbyist could put together in their garage and fly for pennies on the dollar. He changed the entire kit plane landscape with his visionary geometry. The mechanical brilliance of the Quickie lies in its highly unconventional structure and, of course, its impressive power-to-weight ratio. It was powered by a modest 18-horsepower Onan twin-cylinder industrial
horsepower.
Engine. The exact same heavy-duty power plant you might find in a vintage garden tractor. This is surprising.
Living richly.
Yet because of its incredibly aerodynamic fiberglass
real religion is God and cattle don't complain about being burnt off.
Cruising speed of
I'm being impolite to keep reminding you the big thing.
The forward wing sat low to act as the main.
I'm trying, brother. I'm trying.
This created a distinct, sleek silhouette without a traditional tail.
Got a
For the
sleek
backyard engineer,
silhouette.
the Quickie offered an unparalleled cost-to-performance ratio, making it a beloved project for those who appreciated complex composite work. A famous piece of EAA lore highlights dedicated builders. They would spend hundreds of hours carefully sanding the fiberglass curves to absolute perfection. Why? Because the incredible efficiency depended entirely on smooth airflow. It represents an era where slide rules triumphed over brute horsepower.
It looks like a tie
The Quickie
wing. It looks like a
relied
tie
on pure
wing fighter.
aerodynamic brilliance, but our next machine throws traditional wings straight into the trash in favor of spinning blades. Number 8 is the legendary Ken Wallace gyrocopter, specifically the iconic WA-116 model. This machine brought the eccentric world of autogyros to the global stage. Wing Commander Ken Wallace,
Freaking crazy. Thousands of years he decided to make human flesh give a chance experience paradise. It's noble.
But he perfected it in his workshop during the 1960s. Wallace saw the autogyro not as a toy. It was a highly practical, incredibly agile observation platform. It could fly low, slow, and safely in conditions that would immediately stall a
Dude, it's
conventional fixed-wing aircraft.
crazy.
The WA-116
Thank you,
was
brother.
a masterclass in stripped-down
Wars,
mechanical
oligarchs, and
efficiency.
sacrifices to the gods.
It
It
was
feels
built
that
around
way,
a
Bob.
custom-tuned 72-horsepower McCulloch four-cylinder engine. Originally, this was designed for military target drones. Unlike a helicopter, the massive overhead rotor is not directly powered by the engine in flight. Instead, the rear pusher propeller drives the machine forward, and the wind passing through the overhead blades causes them to auto-rotate, creating essential lift.
That's
It
so
looks incredibly
crazy.
vulnerable, just a metal tube frame and an exposed pilot seat.
I'll do it, brother
But this
John.
mechanical
You
simplicity
gotta
makes
remind
it
me. Please hit
completely
me up on
immune
the
to sudden
Discord
stalls.
tomorrow at some point.
That is brilliant.
I always freaking got my day all filled full of stuff, and then I jump online right when I got time.
The
Why
most
do podcasts
famous
use
real-world
headphones?
application of Wallace.
Why? So if you're listening to something and you have an open microphone and the speakers are hitting the microphone and it's delayed by like a millisecond, you'll get that feedback. So I can hear the YouTube video through my headphones, so the microphone can't hear it. To believe in gods don't exist. That's pagan some shit. Brother, you let me know when you're ready. What's up, Dr. Wiener?
Wallace's WA-116 was its starring role in the 1967 James Bond film, You Only Live Twice. There it was heavily armed with prop rockets. What a spectacle. Beyond Hollywood, Wallace used his fleet of gyrocopters for serious aerial surveying and setting numerous world records. He aggressively flew his creations well into his 90s.
Jeez.
His life's work proved one thing, that a properly engineered rotorcraft built in a home garage could be spectacularly reliable. A gyrocopter takes pilot precision, but what if you just tape some foam together with electric motors? At number 7, we dive into the modern era of extreme DIY. This is the homemade electric airplane Mk4, built by YouTube fabricator Peter Shripal.
There you go.
Unlike the meticulously
doesn't that sound like a good
blueprints of the past, this
yeah.
twin-motor aircraft represents the raw energy of modern
break your
internet
ankle.
engineering. It was built primarily from insulation foam board, aluminum tubing, and heavy-duty tape. That is insane. Shripal wanted to prove that manned electric
Heavy-duty
flight did
tape.
not require millions of dollars in
I'm all right.
corporate
I'm all right.
research. It just required a
I can't drive more than like 180 yards. At least not accurately. When you work in the movie industry, what famous actors? Bro, lots. I mean, freaking lots. I mean, the person that I worked with the most was The Rock, because I worked on a bunch of his movies, Black Adam, Jumanji 2, Jungle Cruise. But I mean, I met, like, in Jungle Cruise, I met a bunch of people. I mean, Endgame, I met a bunch of people. I don't get like they don't turn me on. I'm not golfing is definitely a physical sport. You gotta be a chase. Yeah, you gotta, that's a lot of freaking walking, chasing that ball around. Can't even knock the ball in the damn air. Horrible. You get drunk and jump shit. Yeah, not a lot of people like them, especially anymore. Grumpy pants, brother. No, I never met Robin Williams.
Terrifying willingness to act as your own test pilot. The specifications showcase an alarming cost-to-danger ratio, powered by 2 massive brushless electric motors running on high-capacity lithium polymer batteries. The thrust output is aggressively instantaneous, with 0 lag. Absolutely. Visually, it looks exactly like an oversized RC plane, scaled up to fit a human.
Cool, I don't have enough money.
Featuring a completely open cockpit and landing gear made from modified bicycle wheels.
It used to be
lacking basic aviation fail-safes entirely. It relies entirely on the structural integrity of hardware store foam boards glued together in a suburban workshop. Despite its incredibly crude appearance, the Mk4 successfully carried a human being into the sky and landed safely. This is spectacular. It sparked a massive conversation about the democratization of ultra-cheap electric aviation.
Damn.
This is a fantastic reminder.
You got to whack a new
True engineering audacity does not always require a degree. It just requires a garage and a fearless vision.
I got it all. Doesn't matter what the oligarchs believe what's wrong with gravity.
But if you want to blur the line between a maritime vessel and an aircraft, our next ground effect monster takes it to a whole new level.
Pretty dark. Yeah. It's all in the open now.
Number 6 is the UH-19
Still cold, better roll out. Oh yeah, brother. Back in 1999.
Machine. It exists in a fascinating legal gray area between maritime law and FAA regulations. Developed by Universal Hovercraft, a company famous for high-performance amphibious vehicles.
Jeez, man.
The Hoverwing was designed for adrenaline junkies who wanted the thrill of flight without leaving the ground effect zone. By bolting removable wings onto a modified hovercraft hull, engineers created a unique vehicle. It uses a cushion of air to glide smoothly a few feet above the water. Mechanically, the Hoverwing relies on raw brute force, typically utilizing a heavy-duty automotive engine pushing over 100 horsepower. That is impressive. This engine drives a massive rear thrust propeller, while a secondary lift fan forces air under the skirt.
I've never met Stone Cold, but I've met a bunch of other wrestlers. My buddy Sam, his older brother Brian, used to work at the Hilton or the Marriott, one of the two, in right at BWI Airport. And when they would have WrestleMania at the Baltimore Arena, they would stay there. He would call us up because they would always go to the bar. He was the bartender there, so he would let us get drinks. And they would I'd screw with them till they turn us upside down, and they would shake the money out of our pockets and to say we're gonna pay for their drinks, and they were pretty cool. A couple of them had security and a bunch of girls. What's his name? What's the guy with the blonde hair? Damn it! He had all the girls. It's getting glitchy. He kind of hunts, fishing, four-wheelers. Reminds me that his YouTube PR planes and drones are insane. Potential to combine too. Yeah. Bring up oligarchs and stud bikes. Oh, stud your keyboard is glitchy. Yeah. They're on you, brother. I've worked with Axel Rotten. Yes. Yep. Yeah, personally worked with him. We did a Juggalettes Gone Wicked concert that he was there doing demonstrations, and I went to a ICP. Bone Thugs and Harmony show with him.
Hitting 45 miles per hour, aerodynamic lift takes over, lifting the hull out of the water for a high-speed cruise. However, it is an aerodynamic widowmaker if mishandled.
Yeah, it looks like it would flip right over and slam you in the ground.
For high-altitude stabilization, a strong crosswind can easily flip the craft.
I mean, they're still joking. They're still joking all the way to the bank. I got to do stuff with Howard Stern because of what my buddy was doing with ICP. Yeah, so it was because her Stern was big fan. This is back before when Stern was still Stern, before he freaking went all the wackadoo.
Because it never technically flies out of
Them
ground effect,
juggalos who disagree.
it is
these
legally
guys.
classified as
Yeah. I've never been to a gathering, but my buddy Tony Peranio, he's been to like that. I mean, I don't know how many he's been to now. He probably still goes, but yeah, Peoria. He went to the Peoria shows. Like I think it was like every year he'd be like, save it up. Yeah, I got to make sure. That was his 1 week vacation every year. From where where you're at. I never met Hulk Hogan. Literally 10 down the street from where the guys grew up. ICP. Yeah, Detroit. That's where they were. Yeah. Better stop before I get it out. Yeah. Right, brother. Yeah.
Quote.
So much for freedom of speech. They said freedom of speech, not freedom of type.
Pilot's license to operate
From
one.
Detroit, no, I'm talking back,
Enthusiasts
man.
use them to blast across frozen lakes and navigate shallow marshlands, places where no traditional boat or plane could survive. Very handy. Gliding 2 feet over the water is a tremendous thrill for mechanics who refuse to be limited by terrain. But if you want to go straight up using an engine setup that defies every rule, our next rotorcraft is pure audacity. Dropping in at number 5 is the Gen H4,
Yeah,
a
Motor
mechanical
City.
marvel from Japan. It holds the Guinness World Record as the world's smallest coaxial helicopter. Designed by engineering visionary Genai Yanagisawa, the concept was to create a personal vertical takeoff aircraft that you could fold up and wheel into your living room. How convenient. Yanagisawa stripped away the complex swash plates of standard helicopters, relying instead on 2 massive counter-rotating blades to provide both lift and rotational stability, fulfilling the 1950s
look at
promise
this
of a
frickin'
personal
guy.
flying backpack.
It's the best.
Technical specifications
best.
of the Gen H4
I love Michigan.
are
It's only the blue,
absolutely
yeah.
wild. Instead of one large engine, this rig is powered by 4 independent GEN 125 two-stroke engines, custom-built by Yanagisawa himself, producing a combined 40 horsepower. An impressive figure. This 4-engine redundancy is a critical safety feature,
I was about to say, look, they had
ensuring
4.
a controlled descent if a motor fails. The pilot simply straps into a harness hanging beneath the screaming transmission, using a motorcycle-style handlebar to shift their weight and steer, completely exposed to the deafening roar of the overhead
Yeah, that'd be
blades.
loud as hell.
Operating
Political
under
party to straight out of
FAA.
wackadoo. Yeah, straight out of
Part one.
wackadoo. Straight
Zero
out of
free
wackadoo.
regulations, the Gen H4 qualifies as an ultralight aircraft, playing a thrilling game of cat and mouse with traditional aviation rules. While its terrifyingly steep learning curve kept it from mass production, it remains a highly respected proof of concept in the experimental aviation community. It marries Japanese mechanical precision to pure risk, assuredly. Riding a spinning chair takes
Jeez,
massive
man.
guts, but modern
I
aerospace
was
engineers have
born in
taken
Ja-
that vertical lift.
As was I, January 10th. I had a friend that worked on the city council. Flint, this is Eric May's uncle's fool. Talked too much shit to them. R.I.P. Eric. Yeah, your governor is freaking wackadoo.
Concept,
Wackadoo.
and built a flying carriage
Wait,
that
where's
actively
evil?
fights the laws of gravity. Number 4 introduces us to the Aeronext Flying Gondola, a sophisticated Japanese electric vertical takeoff prototype that aims to redefine passenger comfort. Unlike the grease and metal builds of the past, this machine was constructed by high-tech engineers.
There's a doll in there. I thought it actually had people in it.
Focusing entirely on a revolutionary concept called 4D gravity. Their goal was to solve the nauseating tilting and banking that occurs every time a drone moves forward. The flying gondola separates the passenger cabin from the flight mechanics, allowing the rotors to maneuver while keeping the cabin perfectly level. The mechanics of this machine represent a massive leap in multi-rotor technology, utilizing an array of powerful electric motors mounted on an independent articulating frame.
Is there a reason why drones don't have only a reason to go commercial? I mean, the tech has been around. Battery power. Yeah, they're using electric motors because they have to. You need instant torque in order to keep the balance properly. So need enough in order to have enough battery. The bigger the batteries, the bigger the motors, the bigger the propellers, the more weight, so on and so forth. So right now they have one, but you have to be like below 140 pounds and under 5'8" to fit into like the Jetson one, and it only runs for 20 minutes. So battery size and whatnot. So they're not. And until we get a more powerful, more energy dense battery. So when we start going to things like the carbon silver battery, which has twice the energy density and it doesn't explode when it gets cut. The rest of here, bitch face woman here, but that's about our constituents. Yep. That's crazy. They can make it. I'm gonna stay on the ground too for at least till my 80s. I love the winter. Let it snow. Love the snow. I used to love snowboard. What up, Isle? Never can I trust the Peruvians again. Never trust the Peruvians. Or you can just Ukraine, like the Ukraine small remote control with grenade strap to it. Yep. So the batteries have improved. Right. That's why you now have personnel. Like you can have one person in those little Jetson ones, but it's very short. They're still considered experimental, so you don't need a license for them. But you only get 20 minutes worth of flight time or so. And if you go real fast, you get less than 20 minutes worth of flight time. So, but battery weight per unit charge is the issue. But if I did move to warmer state, I think I would get used to warm. Yeah, you would. You'd find another hobby. You probably wouldn't be as depressed either.
When the drone accelerates, the 4D gravity system uses a complex center of gravity control mechanism to isolate the passenger pod, ensuring maximum stability during a high-speed bank. That is amazing.
Had a fake cup holder in there.
It looks like a sleek ski lift cabin suspended inside a giant, aggressive industrial drone. However, aviation veterans note its extreme reliance on software. Any sensor failure could compromise the pod's mechanical stability.
I'm depressed, Rich. I think I'm
rigorously
depressed.
tested as the future of urban air mobility. The flying gondola aims to act.
Yeah. They've got Amazon delivery drones now too. Yeah. If you've got enough space in your front or backyard where the downwash isn't so bad, they can come in. I've seen two. One where they hover and then they let down a package, or they'll drop a package that's got like airbag like disposable airbags around it, like if it doesn't have anything fragile in it. And then I've seen one that actually lands and then drops it a box off and then takes back off. But there's a lot of downwash. There's a lot of thrust, so it'll can screw up your lawn, and if there's wackadoo stuff that the propellers could hit. So when you do hit drone delivery, you actually have to you have a box and it shows you your neighborhood from the top down, like Google Earth view type thing, and then you pick an area, or it shows you a few areas that it thinks it could land in.
Act as an aerial taxi in dense cities, places where traditional helicopters are too loud and dangerous. Very practical.
Very practical.
Into a future where flying across town is as smooth as riding an elevator, representing the absolute bleeding edge of aerodynamic software engineering. High-tech stabilization
super cool.
is
They
certainly
hover.
impressive.
People don't have to whack the drone.
But
here.
what happens if you...
Oh, that's probably a good reason too. What up, Snuffles? Depressed. Dumb bears. Depressed.
strip away the carriage, the safety systems, and strap your work boots straight to a drone?
Yeah, boy.
Roaring in at number 3 is the Dragonair Airboard, a terrifyingly
Yeah. If you faint, you're going to fall right into the props.
powerful multicopter designed by Mariah Kane for the Boeing-sponsored GoFly competition. The mandate was to build a personal flying device that was safe, compact, and capable of carrying a human for 20 miles.
20 miles?
The Dragonair team responded by building what is...
You just have that, I need to get out, I don't want to have any kids, I don't want to reproduce, the world's going to end. I used to be like that, absolutely, especially when I lived in Maryland. And I think the cold had something to do with it, and the the government had something to do with it too. Like how like, especially if you see where Baltimore's at now, it's a war zone, kind of like where Detroit, where you're at, and getting away from all that violence, especially, and just the absolute poor. Like, I'm in a purple state now, so we've got Democrat and Republican leadership, so they keep each other balanced out. So Atlanta's a shithole, but the rest of Georgia's pretty kick ass, and that's pretty typical for purple, you know, when there's a Republican enough in power and a Democrat, and where they can keep each other balanced out from doing stupid shit. But when it goes full blue, it goes completely overboard, sanctuary city type stuff. You're making me feel bad. Yeah, you're all right, brother. I was kind of pushing your buttons. What are your thoughts on Nolan Wells situation? I think they took it way too far with like releasing publicly that the throat wasn't delivered in the secondary autopsy and the lungs weren't, because they were still being tested. But when they released that, the rabid dogs on the internet, all the bedroom freaking couch freaking crime specialists that were like, oh, he got killed by them white boys, and it's like freaking absolutely crazy. They just want that to happen, and they're pushing race, where it seems like, and everything that they said, like everything that finally came out like the past couple of days, like where no, he wasn't the only black kid there. He was there with white kids, black kids. There was multiple boats that went there. It wasn't just one, like the way that they framed it and showed it, it was one black kid with 4 white kids or whatever, or 3 white kids and 1 black kid that went out, and then the dude ended up dead. Like, that's the way they pushed it. And now the family has to hear about now his body is being shipped around for multiple autopsies, and his lungs and throat are in another state. Like, now the family's got to have all that trauma just because they want to stir up all this hate. And I think it's gone way too far. It's time to frickin' take the power away from that stupid shit. Remember Parisian? Taylor, who jumped off the Eiffel Tower. Yes, yeah, to his death. Yep, couch agents. What's up, Alec? Wackadoo golfing, bro. Anything on the internet behind the safety of a screen. Laugh at them morons. But I mean, it gets to the point where I put myself in the shoes of the parents of the dead boy. Like, now everybody's got to know that their boy's getting cut up at 2 different autopsies, become some wackadoo race baiter wants to try to push a narrative when it looks like he just went out to an island, wanted to met a girl, wanted to hang with the girl, got drunk with the girl, and ended up dead, drowning. And like, they want to turn it into this whole thing that they can get a couple of weeks worth of clicks and views off of and donations. And it's just so stupid. No, it's not done, brother. Patterson walking pneumonia. Yeah, you mentioned that. What up, Andy? I know, broski. Yeah, it's horrible. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all that bullshit. Put all this stuff to bed. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of the bullshit and how they just drive everyone into madness. And like the whole, like, that the Democrats have been using racism, and especially pushing, saying that, and because they know that everybody's too stupid to look it up, that the Democrats were the ones that were the freaking KKK, that started the KKK. The Republican Party was put together to end slavery. Abe Lincoln was the first Republican president, and they don't know this, and nobody's going to look it up, and they don't teach it apparently, because nobody knows it. When you tell them, they call you a racist because you think they're trying to change their history, and it's crazy. People need to be educated properly, and all this stuff's got to go away, but it's too profitable. Like a mipper, give me chicken tendies. People who can't swim shouldn't swim. Yeah, right. Yeah, and like it went way too far. Tired of them commies. What up, Buckeye? Race Wars 2026. What's up, Steven? I can't swim, but I like to live on the edge. Storming again. Jeez, that picked up quick. At least the cat's in.
Is essentially a high-powered hoverboard. Very bold.
Oh, okay.
It requires the pilot to stand upright, relying entirely on their own balance, physical stamina, and a handheld joystick to control pitch and yaw in midair. The airboard is a beast of electric engineering, featuring an
What up,
array of
Siraj?
heavy-duty brushless motors that generate an incredible
I can
amount
swim
of
like 20
downward
different forms
thrust.
to ride a bike. Always got
Because
to
the
pedal your
pilot is
arms
standing
too.
directly over the spinning blades, the center of gravity
Pepperoni
is
bacon
dangerously
pizza.
high. This forces
James
the onboard
Janus.
flight controllers to
Personally,
make
I
thousands
quit
of
watching this.
micro adjustments per second.
Personally, I quit watching the news 4 years ago. Come across a lot of stuff about yeah, right. Life is so much better when you don't watch the news, and I can't wait till all of these news agencies go out of business. It's so good seeing their views drop, but you see these spikes whenever all this like hardcore racist stuff comes out or race baiting stuff comes out. I can't wait till people are like, okay, shut up. You're always wrong. You're always wrong. You're always wrong. You're always wrong. And I can't, I'm hoping after 2028, hopefully after the midterms, hopefully after 2028, it just freaking all the right wing and left wing news goes away, and then independent journalism comes in to take its place. Because obviously, independent journalists, the current main media now as of like the past 3 days can finally find some freaking votes, some voting fraud. Now we got freaking Florida mayor that's now going to jail. We just got arrested last night for voter fraud, and apparently he's been mayor like 5 or 6 times from fraud, and it's all and then like he didn't want to get arrested, so he mailed himself a noose, like to try to say, look, and then he sent the paper in it with a noose in a package that said drop out of the race. But people are so dumb, they don't know that when you print something on a printer, there's almost invisible yellow dots in a repeating pattern that you can't see. It's very, 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 very light, and then they can look at that and find out what printer it was printed from. So they found out that he printed a letter and mailed up a noose to himself. And it's like all this race baiting, all this bullshit, all this stuff. It's got to stop. The news has to end. The news is the problem. The media is the problem. Yeah, I fixed it, brother. I fixed it, Siraj. Stop back 2015. I usually like the rear motor fart to get a speed fight. What? This has nothing to do with specific. This has nothing to do with specifically the case. I was talking about the whole culture of race. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. Because the problem is when the race baiting stuff comes out, you get a bunch of people that come up and say, don't like black children, don't trust white children, black parents, don't trust white parents and white children with your black children. No, shut the crap up. Everything's fine when you don't have lawyers and fake lawyers that can't read tell you that, oh, this is what the problem is, and they're always wrong. They're always wrong. And it's like, but they make millions of dollars off of it. So you think it's ever going to stop? They lied on my boy Trump. What I have to watch do with it early time in the first place. Yeah, it looks like it bad. Milwaukee has a huge drone 4th of July show. So yeah, I saw that. We watched a video of that. We grew up with the Pee Wee River, but I learned to swim was mandatory. Stick your hands in the river. Noodling. Catching them fish, big catfish, drag it out and swim. Why are we talking about swimming? I'm tired of people acting like they're only hung up. Yeah. Microdot notification. Yep. We got to print stuff from an anonymous public library. You can't print anything without. Yeah, right. So it's like, and he was the mayor multiple times, and they found him driving uneligible voters into his town, and then him also stuffing the ballot box. So they have all of him rigging votes, and it's like, oh, you guys couldn't have looked into this before. He's been doing this since like 2021. Trying to push the race stuff. Yes, absolutely. I'll judge you based on your character. Right. Judge me based on my character. I'll judge you based on your character, like I always have, and everybody I know always has. What up, Blue Sky? Comments left. Yeah, it's definitely, but it seems like they're dividing themselves first, especially, well, not first, but now. Literally, a comments Marxist invention. The thing that's funny with is even more black people say that when they move to these places, neighborhoods, they don't have a thug and pants. Right. Everything. But you have the media pushing the stories that keep people separated instead of saying, hey, let's all join together and not freaking let these people tell us what's real. Worst word I can think of is AOC. It's neighbor. All of this stuff was right out of Rules for Radicals. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and it's I tell you what, I'm getting to the point where I think they're doing it on purpose. I think they got into bed with a lot of severely evil people, and they got to the point where they're like, either we're going to go to jail or destroy the current party, and they're burning their current party down. I think it's anyway, growing up and fight you like a MF, like a MIFer, then you get cool with everyone. Before that, 39 years old, 85% of our friends are black. The internet is not yet. Yeah, they don't care because they're not gonna. The news doesn't show, oh, hey, here's a bunch of people hanging out having a good time in the middle of blah blah blah. No, they're going to find the worst possible things, sex and violence and sexual violence, and they're going to promote it. And they're going to, they want you emotionally invested into a violent situation so that they can keep you glued. So they say, right after these words from our sponsor.
Unbelievable. The visual is intimidating. The pilot is fully exposed to the elements, wearing a fire retardant suit and a full-face helmet as they literally surf through the sky with an off-the-charts cost-to-danger ratio.
I think they're looking at Jill Tyler Pan trying to kill it. Yeah. And now, like, even more stuff came out today, more voter fraud stuff. So it looks like now the actual media is like, oh, look at this. There's voter fraud here. Now there's voter fraud in Alaska. Now there's voter fraud in Florida. Now there's voter fraud in Alabama. Now there's voter fraud in Maryland. And it's like, so all this comes out just in the past like 3 days. Like, they couldn't have looked. The day after the 2020 election, they started saying the most safe and secure election ever, and everybody repeated it en masse. So it's like, okay, so you didn't have any time. You didn't have any time to look at any log files, no time to do anything, and it's so freaking stupid. And so the thing is, if the vote can be bought, then the vote probably was bought. It was probably bought by Trump. It was probably bought by Biden, and then probably bought by Trump again, the highest bidder. So what it looks like's happening is Trump is now in his second term, and now he's like, screw you guys, you tried to kill me, so I'm going to destroy the system, so you guys can't buy your vote this time, and you guys absolutely have to do something. That's what I'm going with right now. That's what it appears to be. It appears to be gang wars. And then finally Trump's like, okay, now I'm going to fix the hole in the system that let us be here because you treated me like shit. Jesus died for your sins. Spread the gospel. Thank you, Shadow Nova. Don't get me wrong, Rich. You know, we have racists. Absolutely right. Yeah, but we don't have freaking. It's not 90% of white people that are racist, and it's more. It's definitely not. It's not that I've met. I've met a lot of freaking people throughout the world, throughout America. And I don't know what to believe is different for you guys because you can see. Yeah, sorry, but I can only go by what people say. The media is always portraying like there's going to be a humongous guy in a blue wave. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, and if you listen to that, but when you were part of the blue of the blue, and then now you see like that the industries that backed the Democrat parties are like you have very small. Like this time last election, you would have the movie industry, SAG unions, the IATSE unions, everybody all saying blue, 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 blue. Now they're like, oh, our vote's up for grab. And now they're like, well, pick the best person. Now they're saying, pick the best person. Find out who's going to do the best for you. When it was always, for the past 15 years, it was like, we're voting Democrat, don't screw this up. We don't need to get this guy. And now they're not saying that anymore. Why? Why are they not saying that? Because they're not being paid to now. And the small minority gets whooped. You know, in a black neighborhood, what it's doing, you see a grown man lifting weights, riding children's bicycle. Chris Rock. I didn't president. Personally, I don't like any president. Yes, I'm a rebel. Yeah. No, you're not a rebel. You're good. The racists have the ghetto blacks complaining about the rednecks, whites complaining about the black. And the thing is, the problem with being progressive is you progress until you get where you want it to be stable, and then you want to conserve that. But because the party's a progressive party, they don't have an end game. They have to keep progressing forever. So eventually everybody's going to be the have-not and everybody's going to be the haves at some point. But once you become the haves, once you get what you want, now there's got to be somebody that's under you that needs to take your spot. And this is all they're doing over and over and over again. Stealing car. Oh man, I'm way far behind. B2B. I'll put people at Marley and the actual race. Yes, yeah, right. I lived in Baltimore, I lived in Atlanta, and listen, people get along. Saying Trump is right about everything is coming more and more true every day. What is he racism good about Mongolians? Non-Golians? I'm the wigger, whatever the truth is. It's normal. Sorry, drunk. Are you a member of the Nazi Hermann Göring? I'm not, Akan. What up, Dean? What to do, brother? I need to end immigration for 40 years. Sadly, even though my state Republican governs my state, produced Gene Sheen had been some backward hillbilly redneck towns all over. I haven't met one right racist person. Yeah, right. Me neither. I live in the freaking redneck South. And everybody loves everybody. And they're all kick ass. It's like I just don't want to hear it. I've lived 49 years. You think I mean Republican governors are better than Democrat? Yeah, I mean they made their tent too big. Blue Sky Trump, thank you, got 100%. How you doing, Blue Sky? Now Blue Sky for Trump.
Multiple man.
Everything's changing.
Test flights. Very impressive, proving that the human body can adapt to riding a multi-rotor.
He said she's in a fireproof suit. Let me zoom in here for you guys. She's wearing a t-shirt and a pair of freaking like biker shorts. That ain't no fireproof suit.
Platform.
Redneck South got
it quickly captured the attention of military.
I do have bathtub moonshine. It's untrue. I mean, whatever people say, it ain't from the South. Yeah, right. I have an opinion, but it isn't pretty. Nah, don't say it. Yeah, it was the 4% of families that owned slaves. I don't mind immigrants, but would shut down all the trading with all countries. So Bell America tells us, yeah. I mean, it's got to come back. That we were like somebody was mentioning earlier, like why did America put tariffs against India? And so we looked it up. India has 100% tariffs against American cars and will not allow American used cars to be imported, and has a 37% tariff against American foodstuffs. So, like, everybody's bitching that Trump's setting up these tariffs, but have never looked to see what tariffs countries have against us because they don't care. And you some of that moonshine, Coastly Ivory, Elite Sleevel down the middle of the No, I ain't being made no more, brother. You got to curb immigration to stop it entirely, 15%. In India? Oh, or us here? We have no idea. Media has been relentlessly trashing people for the South for 80 years. Yeah, it's been working. They're just repeating. And see how fake the people in the news are? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have and they have like these fake acting voices. Like, oh my, today. It's like you're putting on a freaking act. I can't speak on making liquor on papers, but it's around, believe me. Yeah. Or more strong.
Organizations looking for rapid deployment mobility solutions in impassable terrain. It is a true testament to bold engineering and the absolute fearlessness of modern test pilots. Standing on an exposed drone is terrifying enough. But what if you decided to rip a plumbing fixture out of your bathroom and fly it to the store?
Come on, bring it on, baby. Some of the most honest people I've ever met are black gangster, good old way, right?
Fully functional.
Right. The people that typically, the people that stay farthest away from the government are typically the best people. And then so it seems like now that there's more people in the government, these are the ones that are like, if you vote contrary to what I believe, then that's when it gets to be a problem. The anarchists used to like not really care, and the punk rockers didn't care, and now the punk rockers and anarchists are all freaking Democrats, and that's crazy. The immigrants coming to integrate American enclaves. Occam Gaming. What up, Sir Reginald Bumquist III?
Flying bathtub. built by the German engineering daredevils known as the real-life guys. These backyard fabricators are famous for taking ordinary heavy household objects and weaponizing them with excessive horsepower. The concept started as a joke, but escalated into a complex mechanical project requiring serious structural engineering.
Jeez.
They wanted to prove that with enough thrust and proper drone flight controllers...
Right. Everybody loves everybody until they find out you're a Democrat or a Republican or opposite of what they are. Yeah, it's absolutely wackadoodle. And it's turned race into political parties. So like the way they say, oh, black people hate white people, white people hate black people. It's like now blue people hate red people and red people hate blue people. Because I don't see the race thing, but I absolutely see the hate in the color of your political party. I get a jam with the law, need a hot. If only y'all knew. Brother, Buckeye, calm down, brother. I've stood shit and enjoyed some red stripe. Bathtub with wings. Zanzibar. Opposing cultures clash. Yes, right. That's why you have separate cultures. That's why people conquer other lands and explore to other lands to take their culture with. I'm just getting tired of watching the tidal wave tsunami. They keep telling us fraud, telling us fraud and healthier food. Antifa, the list goes on. I want to wave. I want to hit the mass of everything to finally happen. It's not going to happen. It's bullshit talking points to sell more news. I got a nice Epstein news for you from Zanzibar. Bring on the news. If you take immigrants, they got to be top-notch STEM research or something. He's got it. Hot. I'm educating with a fist.
Dynamics did not matter at all. You could literally make a cast iron
Republicans, Democrats,
fly.
talk politics like a bit.
To lift a heavy bathtub and a human pilot, the team constructed a massive steel frame. It was custom welded and completely surrounded the tub. They bolted on 6 industrial-grade electric drone motors, each swinging a massive carbon fiber propeller, capable of generating hundreds of pounds of thrust. That is crazy. The visual of a man sitting comfortably in a bathtub wearing a helmet while being violently lifted into the air is deeply unsettling. There are absolutely zero fail-safes. If the battery fails, the bathtub instantly becomes a massive falling brick. In a stunt that went incredibly viral,
like that's a lot of weight. There's no like it's not like a helicopter. Like a helicopter will still auto gyro. If the engine dies, as long as it's moving forward, it can still cruise down. And planes can do the same, but drones can't. If the freaking power cable or a fuse or whatever, I'm sure it's not, well, probably it's a fuse, pops, it just stops and falls, drops like a rock. I mean, they keep telling us things like there's fraud, there's this or that, so what the explosion, or what the mass arrest, mass food chains, mass whatever, right? Like, so like yesterday, there was a mayor in Florida arrested for election fraud. They arrested the sitting mayor. So it looks like something's starting to happen, and then New Jersey, Alaska found voting fraud. New Jersey found voting fraud. Colorado found voting fraud, and that's only on their small parts of their DMV lists. California found voting fraud. California had to send out 10,000 letters to people that have driver's licenses that said that they need to retake their exams, but the people that are talking there are saying they said that they cheated. So, but they don't know. It hasn't come out of California yet whether that cheating is they cheated on the exam or they checked that they were legal to vote when they weren't. And so they're just doing this to like get everything buttoned up. And all this is happening like within 2 days after New Jersey said we found 6,600 people illegals on our voter rolls. And we engineer and grain the gang culture, dumb shit. The political parties, red and blue, and it goes that way. Yep. The wings will spin. Wings will spin because aerodynamics and the cause tilt. Helicopters mostly can't fall out of the sky. Right. The big issue with a helicopter is if the counter rotor or the tail rotor goes out, then like if the tail rotor stays and the engine fails, then you can still keep yourself. You can guide yourself down. But yeah, if election fraud, I thought that only happens here in Africa. No, brother. We got some here too, brother. It's funny how the Democrats said there's no voting fraud. There's illegals and as possible. The only way possible. Meantime, they're watching it. Right. They were lying. Florida election. Gator fraud. Yeah, it's obvious enough how much they don't want it looked into. You know, it's like. And then they tell us, like when they talk about when they want to watch us, our population, when they want more info from us, when they want to put flock cameras out. Oh, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about. That's what they tell us. But when we tell them, hey, it looks like there's been some voter fraud, you're like, nope, it's perfect. Okay, then can we see the voter rolls? No, that's privacy. Okay, right. Except you're giving flock all of our information. We have, yeah, right. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm with Buckeye. Immigrants need to assimilate, bleed red, white, and blue. What up, turlet? Yep. Hopefully we'll make a flying little turlet. Drop off mail-in ballots 4 a.m. Right, and handfuls of it. Dude, and they even, CNN was filming where the ballot drop boxes were, and a woman pulls up in a freaking SUV, like a caravan SUV type thing, and pulls out and puts a handful of ballots in front of them. They had to pan the camera away. Yeah. Obviously, I agree, but you don't see most immigrants about the U.S. My worst enemy, the flying bathtub. Why would you? Right. Get rid of Putin's bitch. They love her arch pedophile. Yeah. I mean, brother, it appears that it's exactly the opposite. I mean, look at what just happened in Minnesota. Look at who the Democrats just signed. Tim Walz signed a pardoned an illegal alien pedophile that raped a 10-year-old girl multiple times, and she pardoned him. Tim Walz, the guy that was a few swing states away from being our vice president, Democrat, pardoned a pedophile. And so at least we have data that the Democrats are down with that. So I have to disagree. There's just no evidence for the other way around. Cheating ass of senior immigrant enclaves, teaching kids English, growing issues, melting pot again. Right, we had to get back to a melting pot. The Democrats are sitting there saying that the horrible people won't be able to provide ID or birth certificates. Democrats calling your voters right. Well, the thing is, what they need to do is they need to help people get their IDs in order. Only thing worse than green slime in the pines, art slime in the White House. My parents are immigrated from Korea. Ever since we were little, I've always celebrated every holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Halloween, Easter, 4th of July. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Don't pick your nose, your head will collapse. I don't know what you mean by that. All right, flying
bathtub.
bathtub.
This contraption out of a garage, over a field, and successfully landed it outside a local bakery to pick up a sandwich. How hilarious. While it would give any FAA inspector a heart attack. The project perfectly encapsulates the wild, unrestricted spirit of backyard engineering, proving sheer horsepower and overcome terrible aerodynamics.
Not watching.
A bathtub drone is absolute backyard insanity, but nothing compares to the sheer, terrifying brilliance of the smallest monoplane ever
I don't
built.
know, they'll say, Jeff, brother.
Finally, at number 1, we reach the climax of extreme mechanical audacity. The legendary Stitz SA-2A Skybaby,
1950s.
built in 1952 by aircraft designer
yeah.
Ray Stitz and test pilot Bob Starr.
He was a Ray Stitz.
The legendary Stitz SA-2A
Ray
Skybaby,
Stitz.
built in 1952 by aircraft designer Ray Stitz and test pilot Bob Starr. This machine was not created for efficiency. It was built purely to claim the title of the world's smallest monoplane. Very determined.
That's freaking
Stitz
cool.
wanted to push the absolute
I would say
physical limits
immigrants
of
are
how
the best
small a
integrated,
manned
amazingly.
combustion-powered
Come to see
aircraft
him,
could
man.
actually
I
be.
cut off the end of my
before
message.
the
They were saying
laws of
Democrats sitting there
aerodynamics
calling
simply
voter based
refused to
dumbass
cooperate.
morons with low IQ. It's not a
He
good look.
drafted blueprints.
Right. You can't call, and listen, you can't call half the voter base in the United States. You just can't keep lying over and over again. You can't keep calling Republicans Nazis and then try to push a guy with a Nazi tattoo into power. A guy that had 4 freaking sexual assault allegations that he didn't decline. And then you can't keep calling them pedophiles, and then the Democrats are doing things to help pedophiles. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Nobody believes it anymore. Yeah, Asians are a great set of money back home to avoid taxes. Chicken leg, asking the deplorables. Sorry to end. Russell Arnold.
That completely ignored traditional safety margins. The mechanical specifications of the Sky Baby are genuinely terrifying.
Seriously excited about the flying drones cars. I hope it happens in my lifetime. Real estate will change big time. Well, I tell you what. Make sure you have somebody in your life that knows tiling and tile work, especially because building landing pads, especially decorative landing pads, will be a multi-million-dollar freaking enterprise. If immigrants don't speak English, how do they get around town? Right, and we have immigrants that don't speak or read English, so they just use their GPS. But they didn't pass, obviously, the writing test to get their licenses. Only Rosie O'Donnell. Yeah, it was funny.
To get this dense airframe off the ground, Stitz crammed a Continental C85 four-cylinder engine into the nose. To extract an incredible 112 horsepower from this block, he utilized a custom water injection system to cool the cylinders under extreme load. How inventive. The wingspan is a staggeringly short.
They don't get around town. Live in enclave. Someone calls me a demon. I call them ignorant. 100% of Democrat politicians and media love what happened to Charlie Kirk and what's happening here.
The Sky Baby was essentially a death defy.
And not absolutely pushing the violence, like not saying, hey, no, it's not good. Well, maybe you shouldn't have. He was kind of rude to people. That's not how you answer murder. That's not how you answer that. How did they get in your country? I thought they had to have it. Yeah, right. No, they were giving away. You could show up for $2,000 and buy a license from some of these states.
Flying stunt. Test pilot Bob Starr noted that the controls were violently sensitive, so much so that a sneeze could cause the plane to snap roll into a dive. Too dangerous. It roared through the sky at air shows in 1952. Leaving audiences completely stunned by the deafening noise of that injected Continental engine and the unbelievable speed of such a tiny object. Today, the Sky Baby rests in the Smithsonian, standing as the ultimate monument to the golden age of garage engineering.
Sky Baby.
These machines are
Bomb
not
and them
just
drop them off in Mississippi. Somali refugees have been in that station. I had the cool options.
Raw mechanical power.
I had the coolest options and the smartest points, sound, logic, and stuff. The toilet wagon. Away! Toilet wagon.
And the fearless spirit of backyard builders, those who solve problems their own way, truly proud. Which one of these machines did you find the strangest? If you had the guts, which one would you want to see or fly in person?
Let's see. Lol. Democrats literally flew over and dropped them off over America. Right, yeah. And having an app where people could get $1,500 to fly in from anywhere around the world, that was crazy work. I thought the country's most powerful military would secure its border first, and that's what pissed off the Democrat voters. Is that like people are like, well, Biden didn't pass any laws to open the border, but he didn't protect us. He didn't send the military down to stop it. And then they started getting buses and plane flights to people. Like that's the opposite of protecting us. Right now it's fine. You're just bad inside your trans about and what it looks like is happening with a lot. It seems like a lot are getting deals. I think they're using that CPB Home app to try to like convert them to the Republican side. Because they know the people that escaped communism that came here, they're not going to want to go right back to communism, and that's what voting Democrat looks like it's going to be now. So they're like, well, maybe if we vote Republican, at least if we vote illegal and we vote Republican, at least, and we don't get caught, at least we don't have communism and we still stay in the country. But if they vote Democrat, we're probably going to be communist, and then they're going to have to live in communism. So they're shooting in their foot, shooting themselves in the foot either way. Borders are now say 100 million already arrived. Right. It's wackadoo is what I say. Just wackadoo. Okay, where was I? You can go your own way, go your own way. You can, You can go your own way, go your own way. Estimates are 10 to 30 mil. Wait till after the midterms. The gloves come out. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. I think it's gonna be rough. Woke Democrats control this man. And listen, you know what's very weird? Seeing that Hassan Piker has been speaking anti-Democrat stuff and then getting on stage dressed up like Mao. Like, it seems like he must have been paid to do that. Like, why would you do that unless you want and like the pro DSA anti-Democrat speech he's been giving? So if half the Democrats vote DSA and half the Democrats vote Democrat, the Republicans are going to win, even if half the Republicans don't show up to vote. So it's like they're splitting the Democrat vote, which is crazy. It's like they're putting in a third party, but it doesn't do anything to the Republican Party. It only hurts the Democrat candidates. I read an article where there were Indians who were traditional dance studio on the sidewalks. Yeah, I do that all the time. Looks like 50 clouds are going to come out of that thing. The little plane. I think I was a YouTube video somewhere in the heart of Texas. The guy arrested for Charlie Kirk murder did he has a gun-loving MAGA, except he was trans, loved a trans woman. Right. Paid by who? The Jews? We don't know. We don't know. I mean, I doubt that Piker was paid by. I mean, maybe, who knows? Because it's like you have obfuscation and takia stuff. Like, you got no idea what's coming out of his mouth. But he definitely influences people, and he's influencing people to not vote for the typical Democrat Party. He's advocating for them to vote for the DSA. But the DSA isn't a third party. It's part of the Democrat Party. They're under the same tent. So any votes for the DSA go away from the Democrats, whoever the Democrats want to put up. So that means that if you have a million people, million Republicans, and a million Democrats / DSA, that you divvy those votes up around, and you still have a million votes going to the Republican candidate. So these two, the Democrat would split the vote. I don't know how they're setting up, but it doesn't seem like it's going good. And even though you had people that won in New York, the turnout was very low. So that was for the primary. So it was Democrat versus Democrat socialist. The religious group in India that eats dead bodies. Yeah, brother. They getting paid. Yeah, they getting paid. Yeah, it's true, Drong. It's true. We watched the video. We watched the video we watched the video of a guy that he goes out to the Ganges where they have the body burnings and whatnot, and like the families pay for him. They pay him. It's a different sect of religion down there, so he's not and the dude has followers. He has like this girl that stays with him, and he's got a freaking website and all that shit. And yeah, he calls himself a cannibal. He carries around skulls. He collects bones from the burned bodies and stuff. It's wackadoodle. It's absolutely true. What's up, happy New Zealand? I believe I'm okay. I heard they're building a time machine to go back and save. You're rude. I can't agree with that. They have real festivals in India. They're yeah. Fleetwood Mac, cocaine soap operas. Here, that's probably what Buckeye's got here. Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah, here we go. Without George Washington, no independence. Sometimes life's like just about the Osama bin Laden. Other people happy. The average Joe like Charlie Kirk until it's a joy event. Yeah, crazy.
Is a sacred river, but also one of the most polluted rivers in the world.
The Ganges, yes, you get a lot of that there.
Has just arrived. On paper, they seem like despicable people. They are cannibals, coprophagists, necrophiles.
Yeah, here he is. Yeah, this guy right here. This isn't the same video we watched last month or whatever, but this is the same guy. Happy New Zealand.
There's the feet of the body and the side the head of the body.
All right, we ain't watching this. But yeah, you get it. You get it. You get it. It'll probably be freaking banned because it's a documentary, so it'll probably get shut down. The Ganja Guru. Habibi Sadhguru. George Washington was a savage warrior. Those old founding fathers were, and they were young. They weren't in like their 60s. You're so unfair. You never showed my religion. What's your religion? Send me a link. Don't you have the freaking wackadoo yet? Probably not. I probably didn't set it up. Oh yeah, I didn't set it up. Sorry, brother. What up, Tyler? What am I looking for here? Boom, boom. DSA primary general election, same way. Paxton beat Alcorn. Necrophile, yeah, we know what it means. He crossed the frozen river on Christmas just to murder tyrants. Got a hell of a good painting out of it too. George Washington. Oh, hold on. Let's do that. Was it the Hudson? George Washington crossing the Hudson. Oh, your region. Delaware, the Delaware, not the Hudson, the Hudson. I was thinking India gets enough tourists to sit around stuff, but it's brother, calm down, Buckeye. Don't be a dick. Rick, you're such an asshole. 1776. There you go. Here we go. There we go. There you go. That had to be cold. The crossing of the Delaware at Christmas was a very special exhibition. Yep. These people make some of our medicine. Damn, it's gonna storm again. Did you know why we never got polio growing up? Because he swam in the Hudson. George Carlin. All I can say is I do not associate me with that side of it. India's pretty freaking big, dude. What's your region, brother Drong? Post it again if you want me to show it. We showed your pictures from the Discord. Fat electrician. That's video on it. All right, hold on, let's see here. Let's do this real quick. Man, it just got very quiet all of a sudden. I'm like, did the power go out? But freaking lights are still on. Uh-oh, 100% screw billion. Ask me anything. 5 days in the poorest land. Damn, infographics just put a freaking Kashi Hills, Meghalaya. You can go your own way. Go your own way. All right. The world's wettest place? The world's wettest place.
The name Meghalaya means the home of clouds.
Yeah, boy. DSA is part of the Democrats, same as the Tea Party, the same as the Republican Party, right?
And welcomed me.
Right, but not quite, right? Not quite. Because at least the Tea Party still wanted capitalism. Yeah, I'd freaking hang out there.
In India's stunningly beautiful northeastern state of Meghalaya.
Meghalaya.
There are not one, but two such places in the entire world. that receive the most rainfall: Mausinram and Cherrapunji. It rains as much here in just one day as it does in the whole of Delhi in a year.
Yo, in a
37
year.
feet of rain.
African American Giga Chads. What up, Flat
Both
World?
these places hold the Guinness World Record.
What's your opinion on Fanze when it comes to kids? Like I see like 7-year-olds at the mall that own like the latest Samsung, Apple, $1,000 phone, need mommy to drive it places. Now, I think that's stupid. I think that's absolutely stupid. Listen, I think a child should not get a phone until they've at least read a book. I don't think a child should get a tablet or a phone until they understand how to read and how to write, because we are doing such a disservice. Look, we have like some of the, especially now in America, we've got some of the dumbest people. Like we've changed. Like an A used to be 91 to 100%. A B used to be 81 to 90. And same down. Now, an F or an E, whatever a failing grade was 59 to 0 to 59. Now an F is 0 to 19. A D is 20 to 45. A C is 45 to like 75. It absolutely changed it to make people that would have failed, would have been held back, because now we have this thing called No Child Left Behind, where children aren't supposed to be left behind if they fail. So they adjusted how the grading was done, and they allowed kids that didn't have good enough grades to pass, and it's freaking it's done really bad things for us. Giga Chads, we have tempered raw sewage. Welcome to Crappy India, where we bathe in septic. Go to Nagaland, Pradesh. Both just left the extreme DSA on a tea party. Yeah, kids can't write cursive, right? Yes, yeah. And listen, I was listening to teachers earlier today. They were saying some kids can't spell their own name. They don't have a signature. Like if you say sign your name here, they don't have a signature. Like, at least have your kids know that before you introduce technology to them. You're about 30% passing for a decade. America has way higher standards. Yeah, I can believe many college students, professors as smart as 12-year-old. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, books will be the things of the past. Everything will be tablets with some reading, photos, videos. No kids in a library anymore. That sucks. That sucks really bad. Listen, there's something about reading on paper and like reading out loud to yourself, reading and then writing these things back down. The muscle memory to control the pencil or pen that slows everything down so that you can think your thoughts through more when you're writing them, rather than just typing them through partially and then auto-correcting or auto-finishing, auto-completing. Yeah, it's whack-a-do.
Being the wettest place on earth. It is the world's wettest place, not just India's.
One-lane bridge. Reading is good. Reading is intelligence.
Hello. Hi.
Read is good. Reading is intelligence.
Know it.
And the problem is schooling isn't schooling doesn't lead to intelligence. Learning leads to intelligence. But schooling and learning aren't the same things anymore. Especially because they don't want to teach kids too much in high school, because they want them to purchase, they want them to pay for their knowledge in college. Smell it by that's a lot of local time. The library roll of shittiest back of trash, dirt, and everything else. All the bookworms I met, yeah, all of them. Like the nerdy chicks end up being super cool adults and like better people. The whole world is getting dumber and dumber. First smartphones, now AI. Humans will lose the last base of knowledge. And you know what it's going to do? The people that can retain that knowledge properly and pull it back up in their heads quicker will be so much farther up. And this is going to be the ultimate separation. The political class and then the freaking the slave class. Even worse than it is now. Welcome to septic smelling. Hell, it looks pretty clean here. Maybe. No, maybe not. Do a
Meghalaya
backflip.
became part of Assam under British rule and became a separate
People
state
have
75 years
unlimited
after
access.
independence in 19...
So the problem with that, Buckeye, is people know they have access to all the world's knowledge. So they, for some reason, just act like they already know it. Knowing that they can just go Google it, they just act like they already know it. And I think they've convinced themselves that, I can get the answer to any of that, so duh. Screwbooks, I disagree with you. They're outdated. I still read a shitload of Shakespeare. I'd rather see a reading with some action gifts. Check South Korea book library, please. You will think you're in the future. We'll check it out after this. And all the people like praise to the kids for having recorded some of these events happened in school, like the evidence things fucked up. The video exists, the kid recording shit. Yeah, and you know what? I think a lot of that stuff is going to be used against kids. You're going to have kids blackmailing kids with videos and stuff. Like, yeah. Buckeye. I do history, science, actual meaningful shit is what I listen or watch to. I need the new generation won't need signatures, just QR codes, man. Yeah, but you still need contract law. You still need to have a human, like your signature. This is your signature. Like that's something that's still, now they want to say you are your identity and whatnot. But you need something to say this represents me legally, contractually. This represents me. Practice drawing your signature, writing your signature. Yeah, that's still, I think, an important thing. You have to choose between searching for something, a book or line. Which one? I mean, me, I'm going to search online, absolutely. But I've already been educated. I've already learned how to solve problems, how to take a problem, dissect it, and dissolve it. So I've got that skill. And not having that skill means you're only going to always pay for things to get done. Irony about the new generation, they don't want to hear it, but yeah, I know. Like I said, because they know that they have access to the world's information, they can just ask Google, ask AI, that they act like they know it. Like, what do I do? Like when I was in high school, like, why do we need algebra? Right? I get it. I get it. I get it. I mean, it's the same type, but it's absolutely more advanced. Like back when I was kids, it's like, we're all going to have a calculator. And then next generation was, we're always going to have phones. We're going to have computers. And now we got AI. Wave of the future, iPhones and tablets. And they get it right. And they're super freaking sensitive. Right. And I think that comes with being less intelligent than you expect to be. Like when people push you for details, they just freak out rather than just explaining their point. Because a lot of people don't have their own reference in the world. They don't have their own biometrics. Don't measure the bones in your hand more unique than fingerprints. Biometrics. I couldn't be a teacher. I couldn't either. I mean, I couldn't be an in-person teacher. I need to brick the wall, but the wall's too high, as you can see. All in all, just another brick in the wall. Someone got his degree from ChatGPT. A lot of these kids are like they're having ChatGPT do their work and like their essays and stuff that they need to get their degree and their like PhD papers that they're supposed to be writing. They're ChatGPTing and then getting kicked out when they get caught. Imagine spending all that money and then ChatGPTing and getting kicked out for cheating. Democrats don't have a chance. Biden was the only fraud. Remember Biden saying his uncle was eaten by cannibals? Yeah, dude. Yeah, whoever running the country sucks. I agree. Yeah, that was so crazy. No. The rest of the video is censored. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to be talking about someone else. The best education in the world right now. I've got no idea. I mean, there's absolutely, we have special schools in America. Like we have special, they're called, what are they called? Charter schools, where like there's only like 200 kids in the whole school, like 20 kids in each classroom or less of each grade. And so there's multiple teachers per sets of students, and they get a lot more money. Those are probably the best schools in the world, because not only do they have access to the best technology, but they also are restricted from technology. They have to learn how to write. They have to learn parts of the law. They have to learn their civics and citizenship tests and stuff like that. That's requirements, because it's kind of like exploratory. But yeah, and they've been doing this since like the 50s or 60s, and there's not a whole lot of them. School needs to be completely overhauled. Agreed. When I was in school, I learned the ins and outs of Romeo and Juliet, newspaper headlines, 1342. Don't know exactly how to do taxes. Yeah, when I went to school, they taught we had finance classes. We had home economics, where you would learn how to balance a checkbook. You would learn how to boil water, make spaghetti, stitch your holes in your clothes. Guess no one here is gonna get the brain chip. I get the brain chip. Intelligence. What do you think students protest in India for police brutality? We looked at that earlier. I think I don't like police brutality, obviously, but the student protests did good. They did good. They got the guy fired, or the guy stepped down, and they're getting some reform in the education system. So I think that's good, Siraj. What's the student protest over? They were cheating. They got the leader of the education system was leaking the exams and stuff, so kids could just cheat. But it would be the people that they wanted to push through. Like there's the H-1B visa scam thing going on that was happening in India. 900,000 people got fake degrees, or degrees they didn't earn, and then they came over to America on the H-1B visa scheme, and they end up being doctors and lawyers and freaking and whatnot. But they didn't actually work it. So they got moved ahead of the line of the kids in India that could have come here. The kids that actually tried, and they were like cheated through. Depends on what they're doing. Steve's for doing people. Yeah. We watched a video on it a little bit earlier in the stream. The future is making humans more like robots and robots more like humans. That's what it seems like. Most tourists land in Zanzibar on the beach when relaxed, and you will see them with the most romantic novels. Yeah. You'll see that on beaches here too. Never know. Peaceful protest. Yeah. Moldy tomatoes. Moldy tomatoes are the key to life, says the frog. Thank you, frog. No such thing as peaceful protest. You think it's peaceful to play as hostile? Yeah, it's definitely hostile. Bro said my name. Damn, Siraj, it's the Trump style of cheating, the whole style of the cheating. The thing is that everybody's been cheating. The reason our politicians are so mad at each other is the Democrats bought the vote, and then the Republicans, or MAGA, bought the vote, and then now the Republicans are trying to disable the way to buy the vote, the system that was set up to be able to buy bulk votes digitally. If you go back enough, it's not just been Trump that's been bitching about the election being stolen. When Trump beat Hillary Clinton, she said the Russians were involved, and then when Trump won, Kamala Harris said we need to go back to paper ballots because the Russians can't hack a paper ballot. And then now Trump says that, and they're like, oh, no, something happened. Everything's perfectly pure and great and clean. Everything's crazy. We have the securest elections ever. So no, it's been for sale since we've had digital vote. We need more school for dumb kids. Yeah. We need more. We have plenty of funding. We need to spend that money better. We need to spend more money on teachers. We need smaller class sizes. We've got the room. We've got the money. We're spending way too much money on administration and not investing in our children. And I think that will change in the future with this almost $20 trillion investment in American manufacturing. You actually are going to need smart Americans. And so the education system is the one that has to create them. And what's going on now with like how like what just happened with the do no harm bill, or do no harm, I think it was the bill, it was a big beautiful bill, but they had something there called do no harm, where it comes to schools are not allowed to sell you courses that are worthless on student loans, if because the schools know that you won't get a job with these degrees. They're like a certain list of degrees, there's no jobs for them, and they know it. Schools used to help you get jobs to make sure to keep their numbers up, to say, hey, it's worth it. You come here, 90% of the students that graduate get jobs. That used to be a reason to go to those colleges. But now people go because it's the party school and whatnot. And they take courses, curriculums that can't get them jobs. So the schools know they're just taking these kids' money. So now they can't do that. So if you go to get a bachelor's degree, and the bachelor's degree won't pay, in that line of work, if that bachelor's degree won't pay you in the job market more than a high school diploma would, they can't sell you that course. And then if the bachelor's degree will pay more in that line of work than a high school diploma is, then cool. But if the master's degree in that same line of work won't get you more money than a bachelor's degree, they can't sell you a master's degree. So they can only now sell you courses. You can buy whatever you want with your own money, but with loans, you can't get loans now for classes, courses that will not show a return on your investment. 100% BK country. Protest are patriotic if you like the cause, annoying and wackadoo if you don't. Yeah. My grandpa used to go to the washroom with a book or newspaper in school style, born in 1949. Yeah, we used to have these things called bathroom readers, like joke books and stuff. You are the best friend. You are the best friend. Welcome to Russia. You will be surprised how good it is here. Brother, I mean, except for the bombs, Russia seems pretty kick-ass. Like the people. My next door neighbor for 14 years was from Novosibirsk. The technological something society science Novosibirsk. That's where they were from. Fedor and Ludmila Shustakov. He would always say, Spasiv. I can understand why healthcare in the U.S. is driven by capitalism, but why isn't higher education free in the world's most powerful country? Higher wages, because it became a scam. It became a scam. The schools knew. The schools, the higher education knew that they could get ultra wealthy, super rich off of all of the kids in America. But it got to the point where they were putting more kids into college than jobs were available for those things, those courses. So they were like, well, we got all these kids that can get free money now, or free loans now. So now they just started creating courses that didn't have industry on the other side. So you could spend $200,000 and still end up working at McDonald's. And they know that. They know it. What the protest is against America. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's not patriotic. The laws out, schools now not charge more than at the job you go to. Like for biology, the job will make you 30 grand a year. They can't charge you 45 grand a year. Right. And then each step. So if you get a bachelor's degree in biology, that only pays 40 grand a year. And if you get a master's or PhD, but it's still only give you 40 grand a year, then they won't even be allowed to sell you the step up. They won't say, well, just there's no jobs available, so I'll just go back and get a master's degree. Oh, there's no jobs available, I'll just go back and get a PhD. There's still not going to be any jobs available. So now they can't upsell you. You can do it yourself. You just want to learn it. You can pay for it yourself, but they can no longer take your money if there's no value add. We need more farmers' personal opinion. Agreed. Dude, we've lost over 500,000, over 500,000 farms in America. The idea of getting a loan and studies, it is. It's not that bad if there was money at the end. If they charged you 10 grand to go to college and then you made freaking 70 grand a year and it wouldn't be too bad to pay it back, then no big deal. But the problem is people are going 80, 90, 100, $200,000 in debt and then getting jobs for $30,000 or $40,000 a year, and often not even in that field. So it's just a complete waste. And there's so many kids graduating from college now. There's more kids, more graduates than jobs available. There's not that many jobs available that need college educations. America still has the best healthcare and higher education. Just free isn't better. Right, free isn't better. Democrat, nope. So no, what up, Diddy? Ain't seen you in a while. Russia has a lot of smart, well-educated people, enough criminals to make starting a business pain in the ass. Yeah, they definitely still have the mafia mentality, and that's what my neighbor Fedor was telling me. Like in order for him to get his passport signed, he had to take a trash bag of rubles. This is the old ruble, in order to pay off like bribes and stuff. Which is, I mean, every place has its corruption, but that goes pretty far.
There are 12 districts, and within this one district, there are 2 such towns that have set many records for India. A very few people know that Cherrapunji's real name is Sohra, which the British mispronounced.
Look up the internet results for America's highest rated college in the world. Best of it. Yeah.
It's completely lost.
Glad you know. If we're not calling, hey, Arad. Shakespeare would have been mad if you know. I would.
Just how misty
Shakespeare would be pissed.
Can get around here, and how foggy it gets here. As you can see behind me, there is a long staircase which has completely disappeared into the fog. See, it feels like something is wrong with your eyes. It's something to think about.
The healthcare we have come from cost every pill takes sense. Listen, that absolutely needs to be overhauled. We've been doing symptom control with our medicine, not cure. So basically, the way that they've been doing medicine for the past 50 years, especially, was that they would fix a symptom. You get sick, and then you have a bunch of symptoms. They would do symptom control. And the problem with that is it doesn't cure the things that cause those symptoms. Often, it just helps the symptoms while your body heals itself. Yeah, it gets wackadoo. I had to scam and went to people which college told me this. Local man, every 5 to 10 minutes cheaper live campus at a dorm because they had more money school. Free isn't better. All right, Shiraj, have a good night, brother. Americans believe in affordable, being able to afford send your kids to college in the 1950s. Hey, it used to be that way. And it could go back. Absolutely, because now that schools aren't allowed to talk you in. So think about this: kids that aren't supposed to be moved ahead are pushed ahead even when they're failing. So they get to college and they take all this money out. They're allowed to take out a whole crap load of money, but they take like art courses or things. Not because they've got a lot of money and they want to expand and learn some art. They're just like, well, if you go to school, if you go to college, you'll become a millionaire no matter what you take. And it's a lie. So then you have all these people that get commission off of selling you courses. So they sell you a dream so they can make money. And that's a big problem because the kids don't understand often that there's no light at the end of the tunnel. The people that are signing you up for these courses, these colleges have to tell the kids there are no jobs for this. If you're going for freaking fingernail painting, there are no jobs for this. So don't spend $100,000 on Oriental fingernail painting or whatever. There's all these crazy courses out there that do not have industry waiting to accept these kids. They're just taking their money, and then the kids go into severe debt, and then you have politicians offering to do away. We'll make your debt disappear. Vote for me, and then they don't do it, right? Because they could keep doing it next time. Next time they'll promise the same thing. Then they'll get your vote. They won't do it again, and then the next time they'll do. Yeah, it's just going to keep happening. When you was the condom invited? When was the condom invited? You surprised? 1800s. Oh yeah, since the 1920s, 1930s, HIV was known about. Yeah, I took an apprenticeship rather than a college steam fitter. Man, African studies. Yeah. America and China now have the same life expectancy. Yes, isn't that freaking crazy, Randy? That's what I told Buckeye. It's African studies courses. Yeah, they had sheepskin condoms before that, and they used to use sheep stomach and sheep intestine Yeah. I don't get why the hell you should get more money to help pay for school when you live on campus, man. You want more money, you have to get to a dorm, makes your college. Yeah. I need to get rid of useless degrees. Right. Listen, rarity is what drives, it's what makes value. Rarity. If everybody can get a degree, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not rare. It's just like high school 2.0. They've destroyed college. They've destroyed it. They turned it into a party atmosphere. Way more than it was when I was that age.
Those views is a white fog, which is so deep and dense.
Useless degree online, they carry the same weight. Yeah, they carry the same weight. Yeah, it don't matter. They don't. Yeah, places don't care where you got it from. Listen, and now because there's so many people to choose from, the people that graduated 2 years ago are still looking for jobs, and then this year more people are graduating, and there still aren't more jobs because we weren't creating more industry. We weren't opening up new factories. Now we are. But 2 years ago, we weren't. So it should be the more kids are going to college, the more companies should be starting to accept these new waves of graduates. And we haven't been doing that. We've been selling off our industry, offshoring it. So what's the use? Just so you know more stuff? Well, you got the freaking internet. I'm talking about the humanities, like lesbian dance theory. Yeah, that's just stealing money from these kids. Dude, human sexuality when I was a kid, like, dude, it was like $180 to take that course. Now it's like freaking 4,000. Does AI degree make AI degrees like the real deal? I don't think. I think most industries don't even care about degrees anymore because everybody's got them. They really want people, like, even with like entry level jobs now, they want people with a couple years experience. Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm a doctor of tomorrow. Like Doctor Who? Oh. I gotta pee.
Because of this fog, our car also
I was told once reliability is worth more than capability. It is. Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes you just need warm bodies in the seat.
So low,
right? And just to make sure you're there will make things happen.
To the side.
I waited patiently. Do you see any dead body eaters in my region? No. Yeah, no dead body in your region, brother.
I thought this side was fine.
There's no road. Half of Meghalaya's population belongs to just one tribe, the Khasi tribe. Their spoken language is Khasi. Over here, I learned that hello in Khasi is kumno. Kumno.
Kumne.
And the reply to kumno is kumne. Kumno.
Kumne.
Kumno.
Kumne.
The unique thing about Meghalaya is they follow a matrilineal society. The girls here don't go to the groom's house after marriage. Grooms move to the girls' home if they marry the youngest daughters. People here use their mother's surname.
These classes used to be $180 per course because the government taxes were paying for it. Well, so when this was freaking 30 years ago, and they were, it was only, I want to say it was 40. Let's see. College credit course. Hold on. Cost. Okay, I think we paid $60 a credit hour. And it says, no, I typed in the wrong thing. A 3-credit course. So a 3-credit course is $1,700 when it used to be $130 to $170. It was about $60 per credit hour, and now it's $60, right? And now it's $600. Now it's $600. So it's gone up 10 times. It's the cost. It's the cost per credit hour, not because it was a government subsidy. And when I went, you couldn't get a loan unless you passed the entrance exam. So if you went to go to college, you had to pay for it yourself. You could get a student loan, but you had to pass an exam first. If you didn't pass the exam, you could not get government aid. You could not get student loans. So you had, this was before No Children Left Behind thing became all wackadoo.
People don't.
You see a lecture with a laptop instead of the book. I guess lay down the grizzly chat. Never leave us again. I have, sorry. Never leave us again. Wear a diaper. I've looked at some of these schools degrees they offer, and it's like bachelor's in Egyptian dress, analyzation of Shakespeare. Yeah, right. They had to. There was so many more kids that could go to college, so many more customers that they had to create more courses to sell to these customers. They didn't just create 900 more math classes, 900 more English classes, science classes. They created all kinds of art and wackadoo stuff classes, just filler stuff that people would take while they were figuring it out. But figuring it out used to cost you $200, and now it costs you freaking $2,000. Hey, what's with the red bed sheets? Are you a communist still celebrating Valentine's Day? I don't know. They were cheap. They were cheap. Why do we have summer vacations still? Because working in the field, it takes 6 weeks to get kids up to speed. Right. I just took the stereotypical Indian and branded on us. Sorry, but I did that. No one said, bro, group sort of wackadoos. We can thank Obama for the No Child Left Behind. Yeah. That was right. No, that was right before Obama, wasn't it? It was Bush. I think it was, maybe it was Obama. I could have swore it was Bush. Stop twisting words, play victim. Yeah. You wouldn't know by the way Buckeye talks about it now.
And I found it very nice and unique to see that women here were running a lot of the shops, be it a vegetable shop, a meat shop, grocery stores, or even medicine shops. In fact, even liquor shops were run by women. What is this called? Wrong.
This?
That woman took your jab.
Okay, is it famous among the Khasi tribe?
Yes.
The women wear it?
Yes.
Okay, we noticed that a lot of the shops here are owned by women. So would you say that is true for your family as well?
Yes, it's true.
It's true. I heard it.
In many shops over here, we also found women selling a unique kind of pan. Is this betel nut?
Yes.
So betel nut, that's a upper. I was a freshman when the shit was pushed hard back in 2009. Right. No, so that's when it went into effect. Right. During the it was passed. I want to say Bush passed it, and then it got everything. Obviously, the administration, everything had to be changed. Everything had to get into effect. It definitely was going in effect during the Obama administration. But yeah, that should have been dismantled. That was such a bad thing to do. Listen, the problem is you have administrators, a part of the Board of Education, that aren't part of the teachers. They don't even talk to each other. The administrative board just looks at the numbers. How many people passed? How many people failed? Oh, too many people failed. Adjust the grading, adjust the bar to make it so that 59 is now a passing grade rather than a failing grade. So they pass more people through because they didn't get funding unless they passed so many people. But the funding requirements with No Child Left Behind didn't say everybody needed a 71% or better. They said they needed a C. So they moved C down to where D was. Personally, we need more street food. Screw fast food. Yeah, fast food's disgusting these days. Wonder what degree Egyptology would land you? Right, nothing. It would land you debt. Beetle nut, we call it quai. What up, Plus? You could teach intelligence afterwards, right? And that's what happened. So as the education system ramped up, they needed more professors and more teachers in the school system, in the for sale school system, not the high school. They needed more teachers and more classes they could sell. So they teach people these courses. There's no jobs available, so then they become professors and teachers aides, so that now you can take more people to learn that same thing that still can't get no jobs, except they can move around, teach more courses. It's wackadoo. No child left behind past 2002. Like Cisco exam, 80% is fail. Right, the Cisco exams, 80% fail. Right. Fast food's overpriced, slow slide. Right, it's disgusting. It's like paying $20 at McDonald's is crazy. We used to pay $2.99 for a McDonald's value meal, and now it's like freaking crazy expensive. And it's freaking crap.
Is it called kawai?
Why?
Why? Is there betel nut and leaf in this?
Yes.
Look here.
It's pan.
It's
raw
fun.
betel nut. This is pan and lime.
Lime.
And there are no spices added to this.
Okay. Look over here. This whole area is full of betel nut trees.
Oh, they just pulled it off the tree.
Such unique trees.
You need extra sauce?
70% of Meghalaya.
I failed second. What up, Anonymous Mouse?
It is among the world's
Yeah, looks like it. 50 cents. Also, when I went to college, who made waste money? You went to school in English. You're required to take a math class. Went to school photography. You had to take chemistry class. Yeah, and then now they also make you take a bunch of fillers. You have prerequisites, like I mean, no matter what you feel about it, but having to take gender studies courses for things that aren't related to gender studies, and like that's like just an extra. Now you might say, well, people need to know we're changing the way gender is represented and whatnot. Great, but don't charge people for it that are trying to be English professors or English or whatever, document writers. You chewed it, almost fainted. I've never tried it before. I'd probably try it once, maybe. We'll see if I ever get it.
Biodiverse region. These broom plants thrive throughout the forests of Meghalaya. Brooms are made from this. I mean, the sticks grow on it, which people collect and tie together to make brooms. Wild cacti also grow here. They are so old, they existed back when dinosaurs roamed the earth.
Dinosaurs. It's all because government wants to cut. Period. Surprise, you don't have to do a permit for a garage sale.
Items here are crafted out of bamboo.
Some places you do, Steve. Some states you do. Food has gone from cheap and crappy to expensive and crappy. Food went from cheap and crappy to expensive and toxic. College is just Josh. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, right. Listen, and the problem is with what children have been taught in the past 15 years is different than what all the adults that have been out of school longer than that were taught. So you hear people arguing about the gender stuff. Well, people that are my age, or even 40 and older weren't taught that. We were taught sex and gender were interchangeable. And then, like, when we've worked in industry, if they had gender or sex on an application or whatever, it was interchangeable, male or female. And then now you have all these kids coming out that went to college that were taught all this other different gender stuff, and they're arguing with us that weren't taught that we're wrong, and they didn't do it nicely. Yeah, Dino Vietnama. I'm from India. Can you please share OTP study for purpose? What would you like to know, brother? Whatever your degree, I have to take gender class. Cable, for example, go to school for mechanical engineering and you know gender is steel, right? But they still make you take it because they've taught so many kids gender studies and they can't get jobs with it, so they become educators to teach gender studies, and then they create more gender studies students that graduate with gender studies degrees that can't get jobs except for becoming educators. So then it multiplies and multiplies. Now you've got thousands of educators now that are just cycling through. The only job they can get is teaching gender studies. It's become a reverse pyramid scheme. I know many multimillionaires in Zanzibar who failed and are successful. Yeah, you have to fail first. The fear of failure is what keeps most people from succeeding. People are so afraid to fail, especially publicly, that they won't even try. How many genders are classified in the USA? Now 2, but 2 years ago it was like 72. One class of male, a male and a male, or a woman and a woman cannot create a baby. But right.
Called no is also made from bamboo and it's handmade. In other cities, they have dustbins placed on the roadside. But here, they use this bamboo bucket for the garbage. Water doesn't collect in these during the rain, and these are sustainable. Farmers and locals sometimes
back to rice and beans, a little bit of veggies, and meat as condiment.
Carry whatever they collect.
I eat a lot of meat.
Hello.
Hello.
And from natural bamboo, a special umbrella is also made, which is called noop. During the rain, people wear it on their heads so their hands stay free. These products are a great use of naturally growing plants.
There's no
Why
poop
does
in
it
our
rain so much here?
streets.
Because these two towns of
It's all right,
Meghalaya
John,
are
brother.
surrounded by the Khasi Hills.
You know how the internet is. It takes the worst part of everywhere and amplifies it. Food's still cheap where I live down. Sit-down restaurants near me do Taco Tuesdays at $1.50 tacos, authentic tacos, Mexican's out. So we got a place that just opened up down the street too. It's about $40. Probably would have been less than that. It probably came to like about $55 after tip and everything for 3 people, and 3 entrees and appetizers. So it was pretty cheap. It should be a snow umbrella. Yeah, rice and beans staple around the world. I eat a lot. I eat a lot of beans. I eat a lot of rice. I eat a lot of meat. I ate more meat than anything though, because I can get meat cheap. I buy it in bulk. Butcher.
Just from one side or 2 sides, but from 3 sides. And when the monsoon winds arrive here, they hit these hills. Then clouds form and heavy rainfall occurs here. But this rain doesn't stay here, because Mawsynram and Sora are both flat surfaces.
In winters there is a shortage of water here.
Shortage of
Because
water.
the water flows right into Bangladesh.
Interestingly, we can see the plains of Bangladesh from here.
So why would you not build big ass what do they call them? The rain collection containment devices. What are they called? Cisterns. Why would you not build big ass cisterns to collect all that rainwater? Like, how would you possibly have a rain shortage? We have to agree that nature is very unique. Absolutely. Absolutely. The longest lived people do not eat meat and fish, do not that much. I think that's also like it's true and false. People that eat like mass, like grocery store meat that's made with freaking all kinds of wackadoo steroids and whatnot, it is a big issue. When I go to entire lunch short tips, it was like $8 or $9. That's good. That's good. Tipping is way for companies not to pay workers. Agreed. I would love to visit and meditate. Right, well, a dam too, but like just a big cistern, like especially you're right down from Bangladesh, where the most of the bricks in the world are made. They make like over like almost 2 billion bricks every year. So it's like you could just build a big ass brick swimming pool to collect the rainwater, and then you could funnel that over to where it needs to go, especially during the drought or the dry season. Like I think I could fix this stuff. It doesn't. It just seems like people are waiting for the government to do these big jobs rather than saying, because they want the government to pay for it. I understand that, but like if you got a couple of guys that can make bricks. Also, the state I live is pretty cheap near New Hampshire, has no sales tax, no state income tax. Yeah, that's freaking good. You're right there, Rich. There's government, and that's that. Yeah. Right, but it's like it seems like if you had like all of those business owners each pitched in like $100, you'd be able to buy a shit ton of bricks and a bunch of people their hourly wages to build a big ass reservoir. I mean, the rainiest place in the world, and they say they run out of water. It just doesn't compute.
Area right in front of us is Bangladesh. Mawsynram and Sora are at such height that the heavy rainfall cannot stay here long. It flows down through beautiful waterfalls into the flat lands of Bangladesh. This is the place from where all water
Yeah, that's
flows
freaking
into
beautiful.
Bangladesh. That's why during the winter, there is a water shortage in Meghalaya, meaning that in the wettest place on earth, the water runs dry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How ironic is that?
Yes, it's ironic.
Hello?
Hello. Hi. Hi. Okay, let's go have some food.
Okay.
It's just so very rainy out here, isn't it?
Yes. An important part of the food in Meghalaya is rice.
So they eat rice and all of those other items shown there. They eat that.
I've seen the government in India have forgotten them. There's people in this city so lower caste. I don't know. No, we have our own private tanks. Yet it really does compute the water shortage. It really doesn't compute. Right. Like it just seems like you would have somebody like you, Drong, that would say, hey, like put up a sign and say, let's design a water storage tank for the dry season. Get some people together, have some drinks, do the math, figure out how many gallons these towns need, and do the math to find out the size of the cisterns you would need. And then just start getting the bricks. And over the next 2 years, just start building it. But don't expect it to be done next year. But at least you can see it be built week after week, month after month. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then other people will be like, oh, we should do one on this side of town. And then they start collecting the funds and taking donations and getting it together. And now you've got a job. And now you've got a business. You've got at least short term a business, and you got people that have income, and then you can bring it together, because then you go around and say, hey, how about we fix this water thing? I don't know. India, this here is in India. It's just north of Bangladesh. They also look like Asia. Yeah, the face. Yeah. Southeast Asia. Yeah. Also, top of New Hampshire, lack of sales tax, income tax. New Hampshire could also be even cheaper because we do not require car insurance. Optional. Wow. What up, Bobby Brown? Imagine Saudi Arabia producing oil. They have a shortage of that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So omnivores live longer than vegans. Probably 80 to 90% plants. Especially if they grow their own. No, the water shortage isn't that bad, but there is a shortage, all right. As chat moderator in here, I will not tolerate use of profanity. Please follow the rules. Like and subscribe.
Kuble, this is the pork. They boil it first. And then they mix it after boiling it.
So pork is very common?
Yes, it's common.
Thank you. Come, let's enjoy it. While on the road, we saw many meat shops here, which shows us just how diverse food culture in India is.
Food culture. Maybe dams, one of the best.
Something new to see.
Dams is one of the most important human creations. Absolutely, like dams is what allowed the Gaza Strip and Giza. Sorry, not Gaza. Giza. The plateau in Egypt. Where the Nile came through, they set up dams and they broke off, they branched off, but then they didn't create it bigger and bigger as the water started to slow down, as the Nile started to dry up, because they believed that it would keep coming. They had a religion where they thought that the pharaohs would take their tax in wheat, and then the pharaohs would do their sacrifices or whatever to the gods that would bring the rains and bring the wet season. When that stopped, the people started to starve. They started to get into cannibalism. They killed the freaking pharaohs and whatnot. I keep hearing about India. They keep bragging about one to really now try that. New Delhi. I thought I watched the wars. I watch it. Profanity Lace just deleted it. The Mary answer that says, if the people have bread, let them eat cake. Crap. I definitely use the profanity, man. It's all right. People that have water, let them drink Indian beer. But now the Renaissance dam in Ethiopia is destroying Egypt. Yeah, right. They're cutting down up north of the yeah. But this is why it's important to build these things while you have time. So there should be a backflow. There should have been a big reservoir built, a dam and a reservoir built to make sure that you've got like months and months and months of water. We have a dam, one that takes care of the northern region. The southern region doesn't have a dam. There's nothing fun but the destruction. There's nothing funny but destruction, the walrus. Thankfully, Japanese built the dam, or else we wouldn't have power either. And that's something that's very interesting too. Like throughout Africa, like especially like South Saharan Africa, you have like the Chinese and the French that will come in and build dams and technology infrastructure like that, so that an economy can be created. Because you need power to then create manufacturing spots and whatnot, but you need power. What are you watching? There's the southern region.
Look at Seven Sister Waterfalls. I saw 7 waterfalls together for the very first time. India's 3rd longest waterfall is also here. This waterfall's roaring sound can be heard.
It's hard to raise money for that because most people don't give a damn.
For 9 months.
Car insurance in China is about $120 a year.
In Meghalaya,
wow, that's cheap.
People have to build bridges to cross them. However, the local people here do not build these bridges with cement, but with the roots and branches of trees. They use these to cross to the other side. But to reach this bridge, one has to climb down 5,000 stairs. Right now, we've come down 300 stairs.
You're definitely getting your steps in. Do you know Andam and Nicobar? Yes. We've watched that. The future, though, will be water wars. Water is very precious than oil. They don't realize yet. We actually had a live stream about it the other day. I don't think most people understand it. I think most people are too pissed off at their local and federal governments and blah, 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 and who's allowed to use what bathroom, and if it's Republicans going to win or Democrat. They don't realize that there's a severe water shortage in the strip, what they call it, in the Middle East. Like they've used 90% of their aquifer water, and the land is sinking. The oil that they pull out of the ground, they're not replacing it with salt water, so that gap of that oil comes out. The land sinks slowly, and as the water comes out, the land sinks slowly. So it's changing the trajectory, and they're getting big, like much bigger, because where that sinks in, then you have sand dunes, and then the sand blows in, and then they need more power to keep that sand out. So they're using more fuel. Then as they pull salt water out and then use power to desalinate that, they pump the salt back into the water, which makes the water saltier. So when they pull it out again to get more water out of it, they have to use more power for that, so more oil for that, which causes it to sink faster. So then the salt is getting into their aquifers, so then they're not fresh water anymore, and there's no rain to refill those aquifers. So it's just they're just dink 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 dink. Soon enough, within probably the next 10 years, there's going to have to be a bunch of shipments of fresh water from other areas of the world into the Middle East. The British and later the Japanese were instrumental in the progress of that element. You telling me that movie Waterworld wasn't real? The Middle East is more worried about slinging Islam rather than helping their own people. Well, I think that's part of it. I think they know that. I think they know that they need to leave there within the next 50 to 100 years. So whether or not a lot of this mass migration and then incorporating into other countries' legal systems and whatnot is just a soft conversion to try to like slowly start moving people out and getting people into positions of power in other governments that will then say, no, we're going to accept mass migration from the Middle East once the water runs out. I think Kerala is the most beautiful place in India. It is beautiful. It is beautiful.
And there's still a full hour left before we reach there. How many more steps to go?
3,000.
3,000.
All the best.
Thank you. The locals here climb up and down
Gotta have
all
some
these
calf
stairs
muscles.
every day while carrying heavy things.
Do you believe in climate change, or what is Matt like? So I believe two things can be true, and the thing is, there is scientific consensus for both. The media only ever promotes one scientific consensus. They say the scientists agree. What scientists? A lot of scientists say a lot of different things. They pick one that will do the best for whatever narrative they want to push. There is, it's like I said, like making like the saltwater stuff, the water extraction from saltwater and converting it. That's definitely doing something to the locale. And then raising the temperature by burning lots of fossil fuels and changing the shape of the land is definitely going to cause a bubble, a dome effect of heat and high and when pressure systems come out, the shape of the land keep the heat in one area longer. So it seems like it's doing worse, but I don't believe that stopping air conditioning in America will do anything to help that, because we do see, as we study more and more, that this is cyclical. It just seems to be a little bit hotter, 1.5 degrees Celsius hotter than what we know. But we don't actually know for sure, because we're using like ice core samples and counting tree rings to go back a couple hundred years to see the cycles of this. So it's definitely cyclical, but there's definitely also man-made stuff adding to it. They look like Asia. Don't mean to say it, race. No, I'd say they got some Asian up in them. Natural cycles. What would desalination do to help? Not sure how safe that is. Well, that's what they're doing now. They're doing desalination now. So the Persian Gulf, Persian Sea, they've been pulling salt water out of the Persian Sea, desalinating that. So taking the salt out, then taking that salt, pumping it back into the Persian Sea, and then using the water. But now the Persian Sea gets saltier and saltier and saltier. So it takes more power to extract the same amount of water each cycle. And there's no rain watering down that down and filling that back up. So they're losing their water. And then they drill wells. And since there's no rainfall, to soak through the ground, the hundreds of meters of ground to get back to the aquifers. So they drill down. So they're emptying them. They're using all of that water. They've only got about 10% left. Remember, in the 1960s, Saudi Arabia only had about 3.5 million people, and now they've got almost 40 million people. I think that's Saudi Arabia. So they've got 10 times the amount of people that they had. A lot of northern Indians look Asian. So if you point out something occurs at Ganges, a kid, help them rectify that or change their culture, their different culture and race. It's the nationality that binds us, right? China is using offshore solar to produce hydrogen and piping the hydrogen to the desert where it's used to make fuel cells. Yeah, that's it. They should be doing anything they can. I wouldn't mind as much India as much as they don't call 4,395,898 times a day. I wouldn't mind if it didn't go 6 trillion billion zillion. The desalination process produces concentrated salt water. Discharged improperly can increase total salinity, harm marine ecosystems. Yeah, it will. Bro River Ganges, clean and Rakesh. What up, Bob?
After descending, you can see the world's longest single-decker
longest
root
what?
bridge. It was not built by engineers, but the locals built it thousands of years ago. In our cities, bridges are made of concrete, and concrete deteriorates over time with use.
It does.
But this bridge becomes even stronger with time. These remarkable bridges show how Meghalaya's local communities live in harmony with nature, not against it.
Here we
lifespan
have
there, it seems healthy. Yeah,
It is through that Khasi culture.
Right, yeah. The oxygen levels are probably higher than the average air everywhere else in the world there. Yeah, all that freaking greenery.
That we have been taught to love the nature, and the children in school here are also taught to love nature. Keep nature clean.
Right.
And you see,
you teach the children what you want them to know. You teach children how you want them to act. So the stuff that we're teaching our kids here today, what we've been teaching them the past freaking 15 years has led to the young adults that we have now. That's the scariest looking bridge, brother. They said it's made out of roots and bamboo. I wonder if they're still alive, like training out the roots.
It's the lesson that has been passed on to us
Keith.
by all our elders. Okay, so we respect that and follow that.
An important value of Meghalayan culture is to respect nature. Another example of which are these sacred forests.
And you can tell just by the litter. There's not any litter or anything there. The children are taught from a young age. This is how you act. This is what you do. It's culture, and we've been going through a culture war. Being you are from South, you from fan of crawfish. Tried it once, not a fan. It tasted fine, but thought too much effort, very little meat in return. I like shrimp more than I like crawfish. I'm not I'm same thing with you. So yeah, I'm not like, listen, if somebody invites me to a crawfish boil, yes, I'll sit down and have it, but I ain't ordering it. I ain't freaking right. Yeah, it's not worth. It's not worth it to me. But for the community, if people want to gather as a community and have a crawfish, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you have a lot of people that don't like country music, right? But my parents like country music, so I'm gonna listen to country music. So when I hang around with my parents and they want to sing songs from freaking 30 years ago when they were younger, they'll sing along with them. It's part of the community. Like, I do things I don't necessarily love to do in order to because I'm setting up for my future. Well, and eventually my folks are going to get old. Well, they aren't old now, but eventually your folks are going to get old. You might want to learn stuff that they like to do and learn how to do that, so in the future you can hang out with your parents and families and sit and sing songs that they enjoy singing. So that's the same thing. It's part of the culture. And I'm from the north originally. Well, it's still considered the South. Maryland is below the Mason-Dixon line. Same kind of thing. We had crabs and shrimp there, and down here we've got crawfish. But I'm just glad the children don't have that much rap music to listen to anymore. Yeah, that fell off quick, huh? USA, they teach the Rainbow Nation stuff. Yeah, a whole lot. Can they bury it like nuclear waste and just busk it into the desk gallery and hope that return for postage? It's unfortunately it's way too much, brother. You're talking about billions of gallons. They respect nature, yet smog central like Indian cities, right? Well, in this area, the culture in this area is much different than the cultures in another area. India is huge, like almost 2 billion people. If you have enough electricity, you can get water from even desert air, but it ain't cheap. That's right. Newer countries, newer country songs are absolutely trash. Newer stuff. Actually, the cleanest village in the whole Asia was located in India state, Meghalaya. That's what we're watching right here. This is Meghalaya right here. This is Meghalaya right here, brother.
Not allowed to bring a single leaf out from the forest. Meghalaya has
There you go.
160 such sacred forests. And this is the only sacred forest where tourists are allowed to enter.
You can't take even a leaf.
Since this forest is special, you are required to visit with a local guide.
This forest
Every genre of music became trash. Yeah. It became, you couldn't get on the radio. You couldn't get popular unless you were freaking slinging the freaking trash, unless you were slinging the propaganda, the freaking narrative. Like, you couldn't, like, it was very, very rare if you sat down and wrote an album, or, and went to get it promoted and wanted to get a record deal. They were like, oh, can you change these lyrics to say blah, 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 blah. What up, lad? What up, Grand Theft Leaf. Grand Theft Arbor. Oh, man, I unplugged my headphones. Grand Theft Arbor.
Are forbidden, and you can go in second.
These forests are called sacred because this is where ancestors of local tribes, meaning
What
the
up,
ancestors
Librado?
of Khasi tribes, used to perform rituals. A bull used to be sacrificed at this spot.
Jeez. Today's music, a lot of drugs, violence, sex. Right. And that's pretty much gone now. And that's been gone quick. Very quick. Like you don't see, like you're hearing old music. There's not any gangster rap in the top 40 anymore. What's her name? Lizzo sold like almost 1.5 million records on her last album. Like the 2 albums ago, the one that she just released, she sold less than 3,000 copies. 3,000. She sold over 1 million, like 1.5 million. I think it was 1.2 or 1.7 million. On the album that she sold like 4 years ago. The one she just released last year, 3,000 copies. So something's happened. Something seriously happened to our culture. It's absolute. I think people just got completely tired of the violence, completely tired of just the errant prostitution, the changing the positive parts of the feminine culture to feminism, turning it into like prostitution. OnlyFans is a good way to get out of a financial bind, and like saying that it's empowerment. It's just gone way too far. I can't understand the local language 100 kilometers away, so the culture shifts every few hundred kilometers. Country music ever become trash? Country music ever become trash? I don't think it did. Not like that. Not that kind of trash. It's become a lot. You can tell they're using AI these days. One of the things crawfish here, it's saying amount you have to eat just to feel full, have to peel them. Yep. It's a lot of effort. Could be wrong about country music. All right, 3-minute songs get played on the radio. Yep. I'm doing good, Librado, brother. I'm broke, but if you're not, send a super chat. Yeah, I'm broke too. Yeah, there you go. Send a super chat, everyone, if you're happy. Tom McDonald is a good rap artist. He seems to be doing fine. Lizzo spoiled her image. Yeah, definitely. What up, Colonel? I used butter and now my car won't run. You're all sick. Now my car don't run.
And then distributed as a sacred offering.
Distributed?
This used to happen when the tribe faced a problem, like war attack or pandemic. This specific tree fell back when a bull was sacrificed. This is the forest's oldest Rudraksha tree. Many different Rudrakshasas of up to 7 faces are found here.
Not that old. I'm not a fan of modern music, like old music where people actually had to know how to sing and play instruments that are not computer beats, auto-tune. Great. Yeah, and I tell you what, I tell you 2 things. Hold on. Attack on Pride in Berlin happened a few hours ago. One cheese. Okay. All right. Not a fan. Okay, so I think that's coming back. I think we're going to see an uptick of human connection. I think we're going to see plays come back where people are going to be at theaters on stages and you have a bunch of people plays. I think they're going to make a big comeback. And I think multi-person instrument playing bands are going to come back. People are going to want to see people coming together. 5 or 6 guys like that get over their politics and bullshit to just make art, something creative, not sit there and use AI and just have one rapper on stage while somebody in the background's press and play on the MP3 player. They're going to want to see humans make stuff again, and they're going to be tired of being tricked with AI, not knowing if this movie is actually the actors are AI or not. They're going to want to be able to see a human on stage in front of them, and I think that's going to come back big. Lizzo had too many Lizzies. Movies, theaters are going away, dodo. Yep. Bye, cutie pie. Messing with the people. Take it easy, you're all sick. We are living in the same time where people say Taylor Swift is better than the Beatles just because she has more sales. Yeah, no. Listen, and a lot of those sales, I mean, these days you can bot streams. Whoever edited the video sucks. The sound is in. Yeah, it says that it's dubbed. So she spoke in her native language, and it auto translated to English.
But they are not allowed to be taken outside. Throughout Meghalaya, we found these mysterious structures in many places. They are called monoliths. Little is known about their origin, creators, or actual age. People keep them to remember their forefathers and older generations. The standing stone represents the male ancestors, while
the male ancestors
signify women.
Plus, most artists in the 20s now passes away with singers too. Not all of them were pretty. Not about the voice. Right. I agree.
This is Meghalaya's first church. Today, 80% of Meghalaya's
Taylor
population
Swift might
is
have
Christian,
similar sales, but it's a
going
way
to
bigger
church
population
even in
since the
this
Beatles. Yeah, that's true too.
Meghalaya is one
You
of
should
only
check
three
out our
Indian
on too.
states
Plan to
with a
make a trip in the next
Christian
year.
majority population.
Himalayan
That's
range
why
is
there are
beautiful.
so many
How did
beautiful
Black Americans
churches,
went from jazz to
because 75%
right? How do you think that happened? How do you think rock and roll just disappeared overnight and gangster rap came in very, very quickly in like the 90s and then just stayed like power up for freaking almost 40 years? 30. Not only the press slaves slinging up BS, the artists, oh my God, they're so amazing. You go see them, it's like nails on a chalkboard, dude, all the computer autotune. Yeah, you're right, it's crap. These rocks on the ground met the female ancestors. How are you, Donut? Don Hunt. Don Hunt, indeed. I subscribe channel is an Indian influencer. She tells you about the government reality and sometimes beautiful places in India. That's not AI. Good. I'm never gonna match the days before auto-tune. Pure talent, right? Google says it was Muslim that hit a pride parade. So, oh, jeez, they're blaming white people. In my opinion, the Democrats hyped up that culture 100%. And you can definitely listen. A lot of people are saying that now that USAID has been turned off, all of a sudden rap went away. And things are getting better in Africa already, in South America. Like almost all of the elections that's happened in the past year have all the right wingers have won. So it looks like a lot of that was paying for a lot of that. Like they were keeping the culture. They've been changing the things around the world. And then like now, like the pride parades and stuff are losing funding from you don't have like every company having pride flags and stuff like that in their logos. So it looked like there was a lot of refunding and stuff going around from the money that was distributed. Now, I mean, we won't know till they tell us, but it seems awful odd that for 30 years it was going. And then once Doge goes in and turns that off, it just stops. The other problem I have with modern music, I saw it best described by this rapper, but he said everyone the same, you know, it used to, who's dope shit and not anymore. Right. And like you can mumble and just have AI or auto-tune turn it into something, and it just doesn't matter anymore, and everything's the same. Yo, Chat GPT, write me a song about bitches and hoes and slinging Percocets.
Of Meghalaya's population is Christian.
That's why. That's why a white man named Abdul Williams.
Today, very few Indians know that out of India's 10 longest and deepest caves, the first 9 are in Meghalaya. In large cities like Delhi, the tourist spots are built artificially by the people, like the India Gate or the Red Fort. But the tourist spot here is natural, like this naturally formed cave. These caves naturally contain minerals and water, but they have still been made accessible by installing lights and ramps. These caves are extremely narrow, and people are also taking their children through these. Oh my! Look at them.
Jeez.
All the best.
Hi.
USAID went away from Omar. Lost a $30 million wine business. Yep.
Assam.
Best rock and roll of 1964, 1974. By the time I graduated high school, was already deep in the declines.
Kinds of places in India.
Yeah, right. And then in the 80s, you had glam, and then you had some heavy metal fading out by the early 90s, and then you had like the revived rock, like like the Nine Inch Nails, Jane's Addiction, Guns N' Roses was kind of the end of the hair band stuff, flow into that, and then right in the gangster rap. And do you remember at the end of that when like Aerosmith was working with like Run DMC and Anthrax with some other band, I can't remember, another rap band, and that was kind of like the influence into trying to get the average white guy on board with hip hop, and it seemed to work. And then they just went all in. It was just easier music to make. Personally, I don't call it music anymore. Music, art, creativity, and now it's obviously everything but creative. Yep. And so, interestingly enough, we had a rapper, Public Enemy #1, 506 Freeze. They had not everyone is on the same, but turn on the radio and be like, oh yeah, it's blah blah blah. Turn on the radio now. You can't do that. The next 5 songs play the same artist. Right? You sound like the same artist. But yeah, Public Enemy was great. Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Terminator X. What was I saying before? Something. Oh yeah, music, creativity. Right. So so there was at this last Super Bowl, we had Bad Bunny. And Bad Bunny didn't speak English, and he sung in Spanish, and it was super profane. Like it was how I'm banging this hoe and I'm banging this guy, and we're all sex, boobies, butt cheeks, yada yada yada. And what I was told is that it was written by AI, and he was basically lip syncing it for the Super Bowl. And what that was meant to do is, for some reason, they thought everybody was going to love it. Then explain this was written by AI. So now that you all love it, you all know that this was AI music. So here now is a bunch more AI music. So they would have basically lied, and everybody thought this is great, this is super great, this is the greatest ever. Now people didn't like it, and then if they would have said this was AI, if everybody did like it, and then they said this is AI music performed by humans, then people would be like, oh cool, it's the greatest thing ever, and then they would have started listening and buying a bunch of AI artists, and it just didn't end up working out. I don't know that 100% for true, but that seems pretty good to me. Yeah, terrestrial radio is good stuff. What up, who's frail? Richard, could you fit 19 Californians? 19 Californians in Australia. California has 39 million people. Australia has 26. So 741 million people could fit in Australia. Yeah, everybody in America could fit in Texas with 1 acre. They have their own 1 acre. That was crazy halftime show. That was crazy, all right.
Sitting in our Delhi homes, I couldn't imagine. I never knew that these types of things exist in India. So Meghalaya is called the Scotland of the East. But
it looks like Scotland. Cypress Hill Ice Tea, Rick Ryan.
Lush and green here and looks beautiful.
Yeah, 2 worlds combined.
We've truly never seen this much greenery.
Except it wasn't an AI song, just people hating it because Kid Rock got caught lip syncing. I don't know either way. I'm just saying that's what I was told. I was told that like why was it the way it was? Well, what they were doing is they were letting us know that AI could actually make good music, and then it just didn't end up working out. Bad Bunny was an insult. AI should be my wife and give me all position. Grunge, emo, glam, not saying all suck, but way off the peak. Yep. And how do you know it wasn't an AI song? How do you know it wasn't an AI song, Slim? Or Sim? They didn't tell you.
Before. You know, we always compare an Indian place to a foreign place. But you know, we should instead compare it to this beautiful place. But the rain here doesn't last for an hour or a day, but for months. The sound of this rain becomes a gentle lullaby at night and an alarm in the morning. The dampness of the clothes never seems to go away. Sometimes an umbrella is a lonely person's friend, or it becomes the reason for a new friendship. And this umbrella also becomes a part of school uniform. So our aim on
that is freaking beautiful.
Journey through every district in India and share the rich and diverse culture with you.
So you know the lyrics that it wasn't written and recorded with AI. You know that. You're sure of that. NFL sold out the country that made that right. So it seemed like a good idea because it was right on the verge of Sonu becoming a very available thing, and it just all of a sudden went from wackadoo out. Same guy setting the performers for the Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden they're like, let's just try to put it in another genre. Thank you, Chief Justice has been served. The rest of India allow example. One needs to go as a broom and a conscience. Yep.
Through our YouTube videos.
All right, what were we watching,
So
Drong?
be sure to leave a comment about your district and your village. And please don't forget to
Good morning,
subscribe
Sakura, brother.
to KK Create.
The problem is we've been lied to so many times about so many freaking things. Everything's wackadoo. The purpose that it's possible to see Paul McCartney or David Gilmour or Roger Waters or Super Bowl. I mean, if they pay him enough money, I'm sure they do it. Some people say 1820s, 1830s is the best decade of music, possibly. I was surprised that we couldn't watch the Super Bowl in Canada for free on Tubi. You were surprised you could. Tubi. What were we up to? We were watching Megala. I guess they made enough on advertising to make it happen. Yeah. And it's something, that's for sure. It was very, very odd. Listen, having been in the movie industry, having been a prop maker and done sets and design, it's odd, very odd that they did the sets the way they did it. It's very odd that they did the Super Bowl sets like with that super tall grass and everything. Like, and those stalks of grass were people. Like there were people wrapped in those stalks. It's very odd that they did that. Like if you look at the videos from the people from the stages, from the seats, they couldn't see in past the stalks into like the center area. Yeah, Jammu and Kashmir are such beautiful places too. Our education minister was finally forced to resign. Yeah, we watched a video on that earlier. And last two halftime shows were strange. Let's see. One of the songs Bad Bunny performed at the halftime show repeated like I like Puerto Rico pussy like 50 times in a row. It was not Spanish lyrics. It was English has never been allowed. And that was also kind of interesting that like it seems like they just wanted to get around it by making it in Spanish. I didn't care that it was in another language. I didn't care, but it did seem the absolute opposite of a family event. The Americans still thinking football, soccer for you, is for gays. Nah, they seem to like it pretty good, Walrus. I like J-Lo and Shakira. Yeah, Shakira was freaking great. Just because due process of independence there, 15 August. Just because of due procession of independence? What happened? Looks like they swooped up a bunch of illegals hiding in the grass. That's what it looked like. It looked like Trump planned it. It looked like it looked like ice coated. It was freaking so weird. It was so weird. Like the people had their heads sticking out. Like with it looked so propagandist. And the Capitol needs for cleared up from all the chaos. Yep. What's the best decade for movies? The 80s. The 80s. Freaking 80s, dude. Freaking original Ghostbusters. Oh, damn it. What's the name of that? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Better Off Dead. Stripes. All that stuff. The original freaking not Groundhog Day. What was the golfing one? Caddyshack. It didn't make any sense, and if I remember correctly, in their word, it wasn't a word English by whoever was singer was. There was what's her face? Lady Gaga. I brought to you by Ice and Pfizer. That's what it looked like. Like there were kids there, and they had these dudes humping the telephone poles. Part of the choreography. It was there actually a couple that got married in the show. Softcore porn. Kids are watching. That's what I thought. Listen. That's what I thought. Like, why did they do that? Were they trying? Like, they were definitely trying to push the culture. Absolutely. Like, what? Why go so overtly sexual? Like, why? What? I think someone lost a bet. Back to the Future, right? Yeah. Walrus beat me. You got beat by a walrus plus ultra? I got beat by a walrus. Drong, what place were you saying? Okay, wait, hold on. Priya said Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu. street food. That's half hour long, let's say. City of Temples. Is it in English? Virtual tour. 6 years ago. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me see this real quick. Let me make sure it doesn't have any copyrighted music in it. Uh-oh, I broke something. Uh-oh. Something broke. Uh-oh. Brain rot. Ever see the 3 Days of the Condor? 3 Days of the Condor. That sounds... Flight of the Condor? Flight of the Condor? I am the egg, man. Can I tell Soil the Epstein? Can I tell someone? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, spill it. Damn it. All I can say is that Democrats plan to sexualize children, making these people were dressed as sugarcane. If you knew about Puerto Rico, understand. Right. Okay, great. Why not teach us some of that? Why not catch us up on some of that before making it the Super Bowl freaking party? Why not help the people out? This is the same thing about all of that wackadoo shit. Everything that's just been taught, like this gender stuff and everything that's been taught just over the past 15 years. Everybody that was out of school before 15 years ago doesn't know what you guys are talking about. So they just come out and then all of a sudden they get super popular and people are like, what? I don't understand. They're like, are you stupid? No, they didn't teach it that way. And it's like, okay, that's sugarcane. Great. Why did they freaking pack it in the middle of the pool? Why didn't they just set sugarcane around rather than making it people, a bunch of people that you couldn't see in? The people in the bleachers could not see in through it. They couldn't see in through it because the stalks are so high and it was wrapping. They were obviously hiding the stuff. They weren't just trying to be like, oh, sugarcane's part of Puerto Rican culture. You're too stupid. If you just do Puerto Rican culture, great, but it's not Puerto Rico. Even the NHL bringing sexual orientations and unrelated topics to a damn sport. I almost watch sports to unwind and get bombarded by it. Right, yeah. The freaking Republicans need to freaking calm down. The Democrats need to freaking step back. You can sell cauliflower for $500,000 grown in your backyard. If it's a lot of cauliflower, what's the ending? It came with running in with the American flag, so much hate America, the Super Bowl, which outside U.S. no one cares. Himachal Pradesh is also a beautiful place, so full of snow. And that whole money is exempt from tax as well. My neighbors are Arnakali. I'm tempted to date one of them. I'm from Mitchell, stuck in Delhi. Let's make a virtue signal about sugarcane to confuse the piss out of the public. Right. It's like usually family events are like, hey, let's all come together, everybody. But people are just so confused. And it wasn't, like usually it's like people from like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, not, hey, this is a brand new artist that people haven't got a chance to even understand or know anything about. And it just seemed like it was on purpose. The only city I hate in India was Delhi too. It's too populated. I'm Charles Austin. James, a lot of people in Canada watch the NFL and the Super Bowl. I believe Jay-Z's company, Rock Nation, was responsible. So yeah, right, he was, right. And this is why it seems like a bet was lost. Or he thought he was so super powerful. He was like, anything I do, people are going to love. I mean, and it turned off a lot of people. I mean, it's like... 3 Days of the Condor, Robert Rev. Oh, no, I don't think I've seen it. First glance, I thought it was a straight up hormuz. Why do Republicans need to calm down while we're getting the demon shit together? Because they're not holding up their end of the freaking deal. They're bending over and letting the Democrats freaking ramrod them. India might have some beautiful places, but nothing good of the USA. Straight up Hormuz needs a newborn wearer of that name. Probably got more views because of that post about level of rage bait. India's full of bro. India's full of bro? You just know about Delhi. Yeah, that's all. That's the thing. Our freaking wackadoo news agencies, they only show the worst of everywhere. Media only shows us they only show us the bad sides of India. They only show the bad sides of America. You don't see the beauty of America on the news. You see the freaking Democrat-run crap holes that have freaking, thousands of people dead every year. Don't talk too much about the fact those black subs will show up, nor do they know about the country of Ukraine. North by Northwest was good. So Republicans, because Republicans are in government, are pussies, and normal Republicans need to calm down. So because Republicans in government are pussies, I'm talking about the leadership, brother. I'm voting Republican this year, absolutely. I'm talking about the Republican leadership that allowed all of this stuff to happen, that didn't push back for the past freaking 20 years. They were essential good. If you want to go to India, go to any major city in North America post-COVID. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to make a disclaimer about that song, Humping Telephone Poles, and talking about Puerto Rico plus 50 million times. Yeah, it was a little bit crazy. They also had to make a disclaimer. Yeah. Most people don't even know that India is surrounded by its own ocean, the Indian Ocean, let alone surrounded by 9 other countries. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Dakota. I agree. I've been told about New York City's 42nd Street. Don't go there. Rakesh's wife is on top XP. How come? He donated 1,000 gems or whatever it was. He gave me a gift. No one else has gave me a gift. Hint. Oops, what'd I do here? Uh-oh. Damn it.
हिमाचल में वैसे तो
Damn it. Hey, there you go, Mike. Thank you, brother. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Trip Extreme.
Himachal Pradesh, a northern Indian state nestled in the Himalayas.
Mine's like 39. I just checked. I just checked the AI app on 2 different things: gun deaths and COVID deaths. And I believe gun deaths had a higher percentage rate, deaths per 100,000. Guns were 12.4. COVID was 6.9. Makes sense now. That's all going to be rearranged in the next couple of years. They have found a bunch of files of people who died with COVID as marked as dying of COVID. They can get just to that, whatever, too. I don't know if cool things inside India. It's surprising that I'm not getting bombarded by hate because I'm a Republican. You're surrounded by Republicans, Dakota. Help this fine fella send the gem to get to. Yeah, help this guy. 42nd Street, Long John. You're gonna have this worse than that. Bam! Thank you, Drone. Did you read OpenAI program self? Yes, I saw that. Yep. Yeah, you're not cheap. Thank you, brother. I'm going to run abolishing HOAs, copyright, and civil forfeiture. Yeah.
Adventure enthusiasts and
there you go,
seekers.
Bro, Indian media's love false.
Breathtaking landscapes.
Yes. All of it is. All of it's fake. The Fox News is a bunch of twists things. CNN twist things. CSNBC twist things. They all twist things for their own narratives. The problem is they were too calm on what was going on. When we started to have irregularities in voting back during the 2016 election, everybody should have went full for it. It's not just been to the last couple of days they finally find out, there's a lot of people voting illegally. California is checking, says 10,000 people have to retake their written exam on their their driver's license going to be expired in 30 days because apparently they either cheated on their exam, all the a sudden, just out of nowhere, or they marked themselves or were marked as voters, marked as eligible for voting, and they need to put it back in to copy over what's there. And then Colorado, Alaska, New Hampshire, Florida, all found just in the past 2-3 days that there's all these people voting that shouldn't be voting. It's freaking so crazy. Whistling Dixie. Failed there, Mr. Richard. Yeah, I can't whistle. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you, Drog. Every major media source there is based on its own by the wealthy push their agendas. Right. Yeah, all of it is. All of it. All of it. Man, what up, Space Cow? Yep, it's about control. What up, Tom Bombadil? Don't forget to like, subscribe, join the Discord. Did I post that? Probably didn't post that either. Dang it, I forgot to post that too. Dang it. Bam, bam. Right, they're trying to get that money, and they don't care what they say. Problem is too much, too few. Yes. Canadian CBC taxpayer funded propaganda machine. The CEO makes a very large percentage more than. Yes, that's freaking nuts. I tried to sell my vote on eBay years ago. They took it down. I think you said that before. Were you serious? Media, yep, they're greedy. All voter fraud supporters need to be prosecuted. The folks of the law. I agree. Well, so just a few. I think it was either yesterday or earlier today. I think it was yesterday. We arrested a mayor, a sitting mayor in, I think it was Florida, for voter fraud. Never go to the hillside of the monsoon season. You sure you have the song about blackouts or political stuff or how delicious the foods are in your country. What the hell do strippers have to do with blackouts or groping grannies? Yeah, Olive Talks. Right. It was done on purpose. It was obvious. Thank you, brother. I used Discord when I had my vision, and it was confusing back then. I'm very intimidated to use it now. I'm blind. Yeah, probably be wackadoo. Jammu Kashmir is splendid as she's visiting there. Himachal will be nice instead of once in a lifetime trip. Last day, 13 people died when a big boulder landed on their car. Figured votes are being bought like yes. Am I right? Yeah, places like New York, Minnesota haven't done anything. Yeah, well, it looks like they will be. It looks like the Trump administration's serious. And I didn't know if I'd ever say those words, but it looks like you actually have mayors and shit actually getting arrested. That's crazy.
Rich cultural heritage and vibrant traditions, Himachal Pradesh offers a diverse range of attractions. In this comprehensive guide, we will explore the top 10 places to visit in Himachal Pradesh, each with its own unique charm and appeal. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more awesome travel guides, and make sure you hit the notification bell so that you know when we publish a new video. So now let's cut to the chase. And at number 10, Kasol, a backpacker's paradise. Kasol, located in the Parvati Valley, is a small village known for its scenic beauty, vibrant culture and hippie vibe. Surrounded by lush green hills and the Parvati River, Kasol is a popular destination for backpackers, trekkers and nature lovers. The village is famous for its laid-back atmosphere, bustling markets and Israeli cafes. Visitors can enjoy activities like trekking to nearby villages like Tosh and Malana,
I agree.
Exploring the Manikaran Sahib Gurudwara,
Capitalism doesn't work out.
Indulging in Israel.
Capitalism doesn't work out. Completion. What happens to breaking up the monopolies? Right. So it's pretty obvious that we let like, especially when you see how much stuff that was passed in the past like 30 or 40 years comes out, or more than that, it comes out to be unconstitutional. Like how many unconstitutional things were passed in order to allow businesses to do wackadoodle things when it should have never been done, but now it looks like a whole bunch of stuff is being undone. So we'll see. And it looks like what I think Trump is going to do is I think he's going to take these huge companies and say, you've got to give 10% of the company you have to donate 10% of the stock to a sovereign fund so that every American citizen owns a piece of the AI companies. Where's the news about the Florida mayor? Let's do this real quick. Let me do this here. Hold on.
This mayor is insane. For instance, he
actually it's math from CDC as it was to 0.347. The problem was they knew they were substantially. CDC did a better job than the minister.
Hire a private investigator to snoop on a sitting council member. I've never heard of that.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan was elected by more people than were even registered to vote.
Getting hot for the mayor. All of a sudden, he's getting nooses
in
the mail.
The mayor of Arcola said he was sent a noose.
Right. So he sent himself that noose.
And
but it got him reelected. So now they're going back to look at old shit. So this is from like elections in like 2021, 2022. So then he lost, ran for another thing, got one, and now they're looking back and they found out that he had people that weren't eligible to voting, and so like basically he's doing ballot stuffing. But we'll fast forward to that part. Let me just get through this real quick. 9 times out of 10, the British person always do a documentary about India. Why can only Hasbro sell Monopoly? Right. FBI is definitely watching. Who thought Trump would give every citizen a piece of the pie? Sorry, I missed that. Whose thoughts were that? Well, I mean, he's already. I haven't read through the big beautiful bill. I'm going to have to do that. Oil companies don't want oil because it's cheaper to process refined. They lose too much money because they wouldn't be able to charge so much. That's right. All right, let me get through here.
Letter through the mail.
It was confirmed to have the.
Just going to come down on you hard.
Pre-election teams and about the good. All of a sudden, the mayor says, "Hold on, someone just sent me a noose in the mail."
Mayor Mayor Fred Burton is running for
FBI, and there's been no update on who sent the news. But that didn't help this mayor because he lost the election.
Because he thought she didn't live in the area, may have plans.
Arcola deserves better than how it's been going.
So Burton was out, the residents didn't want him anymore, but something shocking happened. All of a sudden, they voted him back in. Now this is where things get crazy because prosecutors are alleging that he essentially stole the election because Burton allegedly helped or failed to prevent people who could not vote in the election to actually vote.
Oh, that's not happening.
A Fort Bend County grand jury.
That's not happening. Remember, safest and securest elections in the world.
Indicted Burton on 2 counts of illegal voting. Prosecutors allege Burton encouraged or assisted people who were not eligible to vote in 2 Arcola elections, one in June 2025 and another in April 2026.
Small town politics, you know, you run the family, you know, you run the town. Always been issues in the local government. He wanted it done Fred's way and no other way. And the food court,
be a sweet deal. The guys here for you have a hard time leaving an elite company with all profits.
We do know some of the election fun that's gone on with picking up residents and bringing them in to vote.
So, as you heard, the mayor has been charged with 5 felonies and is facing decades in prison. Here is what he's being charged with.
Turn now to the small city of Arcola in Fort Bend County.
Yes, the mayor, Fred Burton, arrested and charged with multiple felonies. ABC 13's Brianna Willis joining us now live from Arcola.
Oh, sorry, Texas. Sorry, I thought it was Florida.
What you can also mention, Brianna?
You also mentioned voting fraud in New Hampshire. I tried looking up both, found nothing. I live in New Hampshire. Is it New Hampshire or New Jersey? It might have been. I might have read your NH. I think it's New Jersey. It's New Jersey. 6,600 votes. 6,600 illegals were found registered to vote from the DMV. HOAs don't tell me about freedom if you can't have a tool shed on your property. Right? I agree. I'm gonna grab some beer, watch the sunset on my porch. Have a good night. Have a good night, Mike, brother. Lab glass manufacturer. That's interesting. There's a lot of demands here for that. I look for stained glass. New Jersey. Sorry. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah. I think I was reading when you said NH in yours. I got into my brain. Don't forget to like, subscribe, join the Discord. It says Tom Bombadil. Yeah, New Jersey. My apologies. And also in Alaska, and also in California, and also in Colorado. The government can't make a voting process by last minute. Well, do it.
Last night, according to the Fort Bend County District Attorney.
That's freaking evil, Bob. Yes, I did. They only allow people. So the father lived in a house in an area where you had to be 55 or over, according to the HOA. He started to die. His daughter moved in to help him in his dying days. He bequeathed the home to her, and then after he died and she got the home, the HOA wants to kick her out because she's not 55 or older. Maybe it was Arizona. What did I say? Alabama? Yeah, it's probably Arizona then. I checked up the website, KAS Glass. They have nice window color stained glass.
His office. They tell us he's now facing 5 felony charges, and they say some of those date back to 2023 during his first stint, another stint as mayor. This is Mayor Fred Burton's mugshot. Those 5 felony charges, according to court records, include 2 counts of illegal voting, misuse of official information, tampering with government records, and fraudulent securing of documentation execution.
All right, so one of the things that we have heard that never happened, you know, enough votes being fraudulently cast to change an election, seems to have happened here, where there were enough votes cast to change the outcome of this election, allegedly. And the mayor was just going crazy. Huh? He's spending the money the way he wants, investigating the city council, and on top of that, he's busing people in to flood the ballot box with illegal votes, allegedly. So this is a crazy story. And one other thing too, what do you guys think about the news? I think he sent himself the news. I think the news is all fake. I just think the FBI couldn't prove it was fake, but it seems
yeah, it's crazy. Wackadoo stuff. So it looks like people are actually going to jail for election interference, which I would never have thought I would see in my lifetime. None of it matters if any of them do not do any hard prison time. I mean, I don't think they will. I think it's all to unzip the pants. It's all to show the butt cheeks. It's all to say, hey, look, this as in New Jersey, they said only 400 of those people voted. Well, in a small town, 5 votes can flip an election. If it comes down to a couple of people, 2 votes can flip an election. 1 to undo one and 1 to add an extra, right? So what happens? So it's not like, oh, well, you need 10,000 people to flip, or 100,000 people to flip a federal election. Okay, but not a state election, not a local election, not a mayor, small town. Everyone was told it's not happening on a large enough scale. Called us crazy, right? Well, they can't call us crazy anymore. Lab glass is more of a niche product, government contracts. We have just a few stores here dealing with that. Thanks for sharing, though. And Hamad is splendid. Himacall. I'll give you that. Trump up fake charges that made by our fascist dictator Trump. I mean, maybe we'll see, Brenda. I mean, the problem is these things keep coming true. Like we've got 5 states now that have found illegals on the voter rolls, and you got 10,000 people now in California that have to retake their written test and recheck they're not eligible to vote, and you got freaking 6,600 in New Jersey illegal residents or illegal aliens or illegal migrants registered to vote I mean, so are these all trumped up, right? I mean, I just can't stick around on the side on the. I mean, you can't tell me that what we're seeing isn't real when we've been told that it wasn't happening. It's not happening. Now it's happening all over the place, and mayors are getting arrested in Texas. I don't know. It doesn't seem obvious. I think the vote's for sale. I think Trump bought the vote in 2016. I think he got outbought by Biden in 2020, and then he bought it in 2024, and now he's closing the loophole that allows it to be bought. So then he's going to get everything he wants, and then make sure it's got to be straight after that. That's what it appears to me. Which politicians are rather serve crimes of the patriotism and nationalism? I'm called Uttarakhand and a bit of Nepal.
cuisine at the local cafes. Kasol also serves as a base for treks to Kirganga and the Sar Pass. The village's serene environment, picturesque landscapes and warm hospitality make it a must-visit destination for travellers seeking peace and relaxation amidst nature.
Yeah.
At
Wasn't there
9,
20 million?
Kinnaur, land of gods.
Wasn't there 20 million less votes for Biden? Yeah. And they found a bunch of data on that too. And Hillary Clinton said that it was bought. Kamala Harris said that we needed to go to paper ballots, and it's just that, so they knew in 2016, they knew in 2020, Kamala said it in 2018 that the Russians could access the digital votes, and we should go back. Kamala Harris said we should go to paper ballots so the Russians can't fiddle with the vote. So it looks like people have been saying it this whole time, but we haven't been listening to Trump because it's Trump. But now it looks like it's happening. Forgot about Ladakh. All the mentioned are coming with the same mountain range. The Himalayas.
Kinnaur, located in the northeastern part of Himachal Pradesh.
Everything Trump bought the vote so you can get rid of it.
Apple orchard.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he's closing the hole in the net. That's what I think. I think he's closing the hole in the net. So, because the thing is, if everything that he's doing now would get undone by people that have enough money to buy the vote again, it's pretty obvious, Democrat or Republican, it's pretty obvious that it's for sale, or I mean, if it's easily changeable. And then if you look into the Chinese sending in tens of thousands of fake IDs, those are just the ones that got caught coming across the border. People were bringing tens of thousands of fake American IDs, driver's licenses across the border. And now, whether the thing is where he said 220 million voter records were bought by the Chinese, so they've got the names, addresses, and everything, driver's license numbers, everything's that are required for these voters. Right. So even if if they created a bunch of driver's licenses under these names and then people brought them across the border. So originally they were saying that they thought these were just for college kids that wanted to drink, underage, under 21 college kids that wanted fake IDs so they could get into the club. And then now they think it's part of the voter vote stuffing thing. Like even a place one can visit without freezing. Dulandar. Yeah, it makes them good. I don't think Lash could call comparison to ML. Right, because the problem is we would have somebody that doesn't care about America at all that could get into power. You could get another puppet, whoever was running the Biden administration, and then they could just flood a bunch of money out of America to offshore accounts. Trump's obviously trying to empty the deep state swamp. No wonder they're trying to kill the poor guy. That's what it seems like.
And ancient temples.
The
district is surrounded by towering mountains and is dotted with picturesque villages
my
and
next
valleys.
wife is Chinese. You still
village of
yeah,
Pampa,
absolutely, brother.
situated at an altitude of 2,960 meters,
Absolutely.
offers stunning views of the Kinnar Kailash range
Kinnar
and is known
Kailash.
for its apple orchards and traditional Himachali houses. The Sangla Valley, located along the banks of the Baspa River, is a popular destination for trekking, camping and fishing. The Chitkul village, the last inhabited village on the Indo-Tibetan border, is known for its scenic beauty and traditional wooden houses. The Kinnaur Kailash Yatra, a sacred pilgrimage to the Kinnaur Kailash peak, attracts thousands of devotees every year.
They didn't cry about. They didn't cry about no Biden for 4 years. Right.
Environment, stunning landscapes, and rich cultural heritage make it a perfect destination for a peaceful retreat. At 8, Spiti Valley, the cold desert. Spiti Valley, located in the northeastern part of Himachal Pradesh, is a cold desert region known for its rugged landscapes, ancient monasteries, and unique
I've
Tibetan
never seen
culture.
any racism here,
The
John.
valley is surrounded by towering mountains and is dotted with picturesque villages and gompas. The key monastery, perched atop a hill, is the largest and oldest monastery in Spiti and offers stunning views of the Spiti River and the surrounding valleys. The Dankar Monastery, located at an altitude of 3,894 meters, is known for its ancient murals and sculptures. The village of Kibber, one of the highest inhabited villages in the world, offers breathtaking views of the surrounding peaks and is a popular base for trekking and mountaineering. The Chandratal Lake, also known as the
that's
Moon Lake,
freaking
is a
beautiful.
high-altitude lake that attracts trekkers and nature enthusiasts with its pristine beauty. Spiti Valley's remote and rugged terrain, combined with its rich cultural heritage, makes it a paradise for adventure seekers and spiritual travelers.
Spiritual travelers.
Next up at 7, Chamba, a glimpse into history.
Yeah, you're in the clear, brother.
Chamba, situated on the banks of the Ravi River, is a historic town known for its ancient temples, palaces and museums. The town is surrounded by lush green hills and offers stunning views of the Himalayas. The Chamba Palace, an architectural marvel, is a fine example of Himachali architecture and offers a glimpse into the region's rich history and heritage. The Lakshmi Narayan Temple, a group of 6 stone temples, is the most important temple complex in Chamba and is dedicated to Lord Vishnu.
Winston Churchill?
The Berry Singh Museum, named after the erstwhile ruler of Chamba, houses a vast collection of ancient artifacts, manuscripts and paintings. Chamba is also known for its vibrant festivals, including the Minjar Fair, which attracts tourists from all over the country. The town's scenic beauty, rich cultural heritage and warm hospitality make it a must-visit destination in Himachal Pradesh.
Himachal.
At 6, Kajia, a mini Switzerland of India.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Kajia, a small town located near Dalhousie, is known for its picturesque landscapes and lush green meadows. Often referred to as the mini Switzerland of India, Kajia is surrounded by dense deodar forests and offers stunning views of the snow-capped Himalayan peaks.
Wow.
The Kajia Lake, situated in the middle of the meadow, adds to the scenic beauty of the place.
Travelers from Delhi and Haryana, Uttar Pradesh usually go there and have wreaked havoc with their SUVs after social outcry. Authorities slapped hefty fine. Love that you read the comments out loud. Got it. So thank you, brother. 5 milkmen. Thank you, my brother.
Place. Visitors can enjoy activities like zorbing, horse riding and paragliding in the open meadows. The Kaji Nag Temple, dedicated to the serpent god Kaji Nag, is an ancient wooden temple located near
I know
the lake,
Cambodia. I think
showcasing
Angkor
intricate wood
Wat. Yeah,
carvings
Angkor
and-
Wat's pretty. Hey, bam! What? Winston Churchill. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Winston Churchill. I know Cambodia. Angkor Wat. Yeah, Angkor Wat is freaking amazing. Winston Churchill, ladies and
and a
gentlemen.
unique architecture. The nearby Kalatop Wildlife Sanctuary is home to a variety of flora and fauna, making it a popular spot for nature walks and bird watching. Kajiar's serene environment and breathtaking landscapes make it a perfect
that is
destination
beautiful.
for a peaceful retreat.
Just never go to the big cities if you're playing in India. Never been. Just saying. Yeah, I've never been. Yeah, when I go, yeah, I'm not interested in going to like New Delhi. I'm interested in like this kind of stuff. I want to see like the freaking old ass temples. I want to see like the mountains. I want to see that kind of stuff. Absolutely. Thank you, brother Winston. I'm getting back with pizza. I'm back getting the pizza oven ready. There you go. We got the pizza ready for the oven. Now I can read. They said that we see Angkor Wat is about 10%. The rest is still on the ground. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Winston Churchill, brother. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you, brother Winston. That's nice. Anyone from Delhi who has a business is super rich. They also have SUVs. Yeah, it's over crazy how people. I mean, I guess you have a lot of like switchbacks and a lot of stuff to get around. So like a 4-wheel drive or something makes a little more sense. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Winston, brother. Yeah. Wow, Winston Churchill.
At 5, Dalhousie, colonial charm. Dalhousie, named after Lord Dalhousie, the British Viceroy of India, is a quaint hill station known for its colonial architecture and serene environment. Situated at an altitude of 1,970 meters, Dalhousie is spread across 5 hills, offering stunning views of the Dal.
Yeah, that's freaking beautiful. Shimla is also in Himachal, but just as crowded as Delhi. No parking spot available there. I have been there and took an oath to never visit again. Yeah, when using the pizza stone, you definitely want to preheat, get that freaking stone nice and hot. Nice and hot. The music is, yeah, it's a vibe. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join Discord. Brother Tom Bombadil. Not using a pizza stone at home is atrocity to pizza. Yeah, they're cheap and they do the goodness. They do the pizza right. You don't get the freaking too overly crispy crust. You get like a good chew. It's good. It's good. Yeah, when you don't add, when the crust can reach the air, like when it's on the freaking metal grates, it dries it all the way through. You get like that crackery. I don't know. I like the freaking bite to it. I don't like the freaking crackery, chippy, crazy crust.
Our range. The town is dotted with colonial-era buildings, churches and bungalows that exude an old-world charm. Kajiyar, often referred to as the mini Switzerland of India, is a picturesque meadow located near Dalhousie.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
By dense
Wherever you go in India, the chaotic traffic never leaves you. You got a lot of people there.
The oldest church in Dalhousie is known for its beautiful stained glass windows and tranquil surroundings. Panchpula, a popular picnic spot, is home to several waterfalls and streams. The Kalatop Wildlife Sanctuary, located nearby, is home to diverse wildlife and offers trekking and nature walk opportunities.
Yeah, it seemed like that's getting more popular. That sentiment, Dakota. Here's all the beautiful places in India: Lakshadweep. Damn it, freaking wackadoo. And Andaman, Nicobar Island. I've heard of that. Kerala, I've heard of that. Pondicherry, I haven't heard of that. Tripura, it sounds familiar. Manipur, I've heard of that. Arunachal, I think I've heard of that. Meghalaya, we watched that. Assam, I haven't heard of that. Mizoram, heard of that. Sakam, I've heard of that. Jammu, Kashmir, yeah, we looked at that. Ladakh and Himachal. Himachal, I don't think I know what that is. Exudes. I think a bit of crunchy, not too chewy, but that perfect crunch. The outside soft, fluffy inside. Yes, right, exactly. Where you've got like a little bit of a bite through the bottom, but it's still like the crust is still like about a quarter of an inch thick of still kind of not doughy, but not freaking dried out. Like it still bends. Forget the rest. Oh, rest of them you forget. I thought you were saying forget the rest of them. Too many times, but Discord been hacked. Damn, that's no bueno. I'm with Winston on that. Like those dark leopard spots. Yeah, those are good. When I was a kid, I needed warm water even summer for a bath. Now it's just, yeah, that's a big difference. That's a big difference.
Dalhousie is an ideal destination for those seeking peace and relaxation amidst nature. At 4, Kulu, Valley of Gods. Kulu, often referred to as the Valley of Gods, is a beautiful valley nestled along the banks of the Bias River.
You gotta make that stuff yourself, man. It only takes a couple of minutes to make freaking pizza dough. I mean, it takes less than 5 minutes to prepare the dough. You let it sit for half hour, 40 minutes. Is around boring. No booze. Oh, really? No booze? Dry town? I'm from Humpior region. This is lower Humpior. Best pizza always has leopard spots and there's air bowls, right? Agreed. I absolutely love mythology. My favorite is Greek. My cousin Kat, the creator, she's usually or often in the stream. She's writing a book with a lot of Greek mythology in it right now.
It is known for its lush greenery, apple orchards and ancient temples. The town of Kulu serves as a gateway to the Parvati Valley, famous for its picturesque landscapes and spiritual retreats. The Great Himalayan National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is home to diverse flora and fauna, making it a paradise for nature enthusiasts and trekkers. The Raghunath Temple, dedicated to Lord Rama, is one of the most important religious sites in Kulu. The Bijili Mahadev
Greek and
temple,
Norse.
located on a hilltop, offers panoramic views of the valley and is known for its
Yeah.
unique Shiva
Yeah, they got
lingam, which is said to be struck by lightning and then restored by priests.
They have a lot of
the annual Kulu Desera
like-
festival is a major attraction, drawing thousands of devotees and tourists to witness the grand celebrations and processions. Adventure seekers can indulge in activities like river rafting, paragliding, and trekking in and around Kulu.
Kulu. Mythology is a truth that has been documented very late. Mythology is like the stories of the gods and the powerful people of a land. The myths. That's where where the word myth comes from. Mythology. So like, there is no real. Let's see. Norse is your second favorite. Hierarchy of Greek mythology has eerie similarities to the Bible. I think Mizraim is pretty cool. Roman mythology is great. Yeah, so here, let's see what good definition we get for mythology. Oops. Mythology. Mythology is a collection of traditional stories that explain nature, history, and human behavior through gods, heroes, and magic. Yeah, a source of put Roman Greek mythology in the same boat. Yeah, they pretty much go hand in hand. You owe me $100, but it's not documented. It's a myth. So, like, in America, I mean, it's kind of wackadoo. But, like, if you would say non-religiously, you've got things like Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and stuff like that, which is, like, often said to keep kids good and to make sure they brush their teeth. And Greek got knowledge from sweet, sweet Africa. Greek was the original. The Romans took it after they invaded. Mythology is also tried explaining the natural world like thunder, lightning, volcanoes. Right. You gotta pay the toll. Troll. What's up, Eggcorn? Ball bean. Ball beans. Ball bean hammer. Minnesota Nuts went there 30 years ago. The young teenager traffic is sane. That's good. Sane traffic. I owe you $100 document on a piece of say. There you go. Stamp it. Stamp it, brother. $100.
3. Dharamshala, Little Lhasa. Dharamshala, situated in the Kangra Valley, is renowned for being the residence of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government in exile.
There you go.
The town is divided into two parts.
Thank you, Winston Churchill,
which
brother.
serves as a commercial hub, and Upper Dharamshala, also known as
Toll
McLeod
paid.
Ganj, which is the center
Wow.
of Tibetan culture.
Thank you,
the
brother
Sulat
Winston.
Gang complex, which includes the Dalai Lama's
30 years
residence,
ago,
the
yeah.
Ambiel Monastery, and the Tibet Museum, is a significant spiritual and
Winston
cultural
Churchill.
center. Bagsu Waterfall, located near the Bagsunath Temple, is a popular spot for tourists to enjoy the natural beauty and tranquility. The Norbolingag Institute, dedicated to preserving Tibetan culture, offers workshops in traditional arts and crafts.
Arts and
Dharamshala
crafts.
also serves as a starting point for treks to the Daludag Range, with popular trails leading to Triund and Canary Lake.
Yeah, that's
The
beautiful
town's vibrant
stuff.
cafes,
There
yoga
you go,
centers,
hey,
and
cornball,
meditation retreats
babe.
make it a popular destination
Wow.
for backpackers and spiritual seekers. At 2, Manali, adventure capital of
Manali.
Himachal. Manali, located in the Kulu Valley, is a picturesque hill station known for its adventure
It is
activities,
picturesque.
scenic
I
beauty,
got a lot
and
of friends
vibrant
who stay there.
culture. The town is surrounded by snow-capped peaks, lush forests, and gushing rivers. Rotang Pass, situated at an altitude of 3,978 meters, is a major attraction offering spectacular views of the mountains and glaciers. It is also a popular spot for adventure sports like skiing, snowboarding, and paragliding. Solang Valley, another popular destination, is known for its summer and winter sports. Visitors can enjoy activities like zorbing, horse riding,
Zorbing.
and quad biking in the summer, while winter offers skiing and snowmobiling. The Hadimpa Temple, dedicated to Hadimpa Devi, is an ancient wooden temple set amidst the Deodar forest, showcasing the region's unique architecture. The nearby Vashist village is famous for...
That looks like pseudo-Chinese, pseudo-Japanese. So they did they say that Missouri's not a bad state or not a good place to visit? I thought he said it was pretty good.
For its hot springs and temples. Manali also serves as a base for trekking, with popular trails leading to places like Hampta Pass and the Great Himalayan National Park.
Yeah, that looks good.
And finally, at number 1, Shimla, the Queen of Hills. Shimla, the capital city of Himachal Pradesh, is one of the most popular hill stations in India.
It's a good place to
At an
visit.
altitude of 2,205
It is a good place to visit. Okay,
Shimla
there
is
you
known
go.
for its colonial architecture, scenic beauty, and pleasant climate. The Ridge, a large open space in the heart of the city, offers stunning views of the surrounding mountains and is a hub of cultural activities. The Mall Road, lined with shops, cafes and restaurants, is the main shopping street where visitors can indulge in local handicrafts and souvenirs. The Jakku Temple, dedicated to Hanuman, sits atop Jakku Hill.
Wow, yeah, nice.
Himalayas.
I can't drive there. Yeah, me neither, brother. Me neither.
The second oldest church in North India.
It's all good. No
renowned
hate.
for its neo-Gothic architecture. During the winter, Shimla transforms into a snowy wonderland, attracting tourists for ice skating and skiing. In conclusion, with its diverse landscapes, rich cultural
Visiting
heritage,
India, almost
and
quarantine,
abundance of
empty,
attractions,
whatever.
Himachal Pradesh offers a myriad of experiences
You
for
been there?
travelers. Whether you're seeking adventure in the mountains,
Yeah,
spiritual
that's
solace in
frickin'.
ancient temples,
That's freaking beautiful.
or tranquility amidst nature,
can drive higher
Himachal
drivers,
Pradesh has
I
something
know.
to offer for everyone. So pack your bags and embark on a journey to explore the enchanting beauty of this Himalayan paradise.
Open loot. What?
And there you have the top 10
Oh,
places.
is that tea? Is that tea
So
right
pack
there?
your bags and embark on a journey to explore the enchanting beauty of this Himalayan paradise.
Is that? Oh, damn it! Is that tea? Is that tea right there? I know that like in like Vietnam and other places in the mountains, when they grow tea, they pull those like like webbed cloth over the tea so it doesn't get like sunburned. Anybody know? All I said is that a dry state of booze is a no-no unless you're a bootlegger. Get a bootlegger. Maybe there are a few like me who prefer arid landscape with sparse vegetation, lots of cactus over this. Yeah. And I think that's the difference between people. Is like if people had the choice to live anywhere on the planet, you would have a group of people that enjoy it more in those climates, and that's where they would want to spend most of their time. You have people that like a cooler climate, like more like Canada type. You have people that want California, more moderate, than people that like warmer, like Florida and beachy and stuff. But yeah, I refuse to get on a plane or a ship or live in the U.S. Yeah. Where are you at, Dakota? Canada? Oh no, you refuse to get on a ship. Oh, I thought you meant to live in America. I was about to say, I thought you said you're a freaking Republican. Ohio, there you go. You got a lot of houses coming up on the market. The pristine quality of tea exports of Western countries and never makes it the local market. I can imagine it's probably worth a hell of a lot more, to sell to the West. That's pretty freaking cool. Those places look awesome. All right, let's see. We'll go ahead and call it a night. I'm ready for a nap. Good. Oh man, it's only that's 11 o'clock. Let's see. I wake up at like 7. Yeah, we'll see. All right, I love y'all. I don't know why, but snowy climate gives you vibes of serial killer vibes. It's worth cultivating wild harvest. That's something I definitely want to do. I definitely want to grow. I learned about a small leaf tobacco today. I want to, and it grows on crap land too, broken land. I want to grow a tobacco crop. I want to be able to grow, cure, and hand roll the tobacco and smoke a tobacco a cigar that I've grown and cultivated myself. And I also would like to grow tea and drink my own tea. Just like Blue Mountain Coffee in Jamaica, almost all of it shipped overseas. Yep, that's true. About time to watch some anime. There you go, Winston. It's harder to survive in snowy weather. That's right. That's why aliens are always visit America. That's right, Martian brother. That's right, Martian. Get them in here. I mean, yeah, I've done it a lot. I don't anymore. I haven't done it since I've left Maryland. But yeah, in my state, you can't legally. But in a lot of places in America, actually, I heard Trump's about to reschedule or unschedule it to make it not even a drug anymore. Take care, man. All right, man. Too, brother Walrus. All right, everybody. You all have a good night. Love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.